registration. I think my computer is actually charging today.
Camera's all wonky again. All right. Who's got stuff to hack on this morning?
Oh, I have to connect the internet again. How close is that SunKit image PR?
I need to work out what's going on with my iris stuff. I need to add some more tests to handle some really strange failure conditions. I would say once that's in place, then I think it's good to.
Did you get that test to pass? The one that we were talking about today?
No, I did not.
Something seems like it's fucked up. If that's not working, I think you're right that something is just backwards. So I wonder if it wouldn't be worth trying to like. I mean, I could look at that.
GWCS is getting nice love. It's been a while. The documentation alone, GWCS has got much better.
It's gotten better.
Yeah.
Does it actually show me how to make a GWCS?
Look, there's this whole section called constructing GWCS models.
Well,
Is G sound generalized over?
You can use GWCS to map any two coordinates you can think of. Pretty much.
what about any two coordinates that I can think of? Any three coordinates I can think of?
You can do that. Well, we've spoken about this before. There's no technical reason why you can't do that with GWCS. The problem is the maths.
The math.
You are let down by maths.
As I constantly am.
Every day. Also, Raphael would be great.
Oh, yeah. And Esther.
Hey, Shane.
Hey, David.
Ah, good. Still recognize me?
Yeah.
When someone sees you, David, they never forget. So I throw the sticker somewhere here. There you go. You want one? You want one?
Have you seen the magnets?
Yeah,
They are magnets.
Okay, I'm gonna take one.
Give Laura a couple of magnets.
Yay.
It's good in the computer, so it erases your information.
Yay, okay. Put it in my brain?
Oh, that's
Okay, I might just take a few.
We Laura's watching tomorrow, like. I feel so much lighter now.
I ordered the magnets a long time ago when they were on special.
Yeah.
I've been keeping them a bit more exclusive, shall we say.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna put one on my own fridge and then one on the work.
Nice.
See what it's attack. Magnets,
You mind
magnets.
if I take one?
Doesn't matter.
I think I'm gonna take this ND Cube sticker off because it's gotten a bit beat up. And I'm gonna put
Oh,
a
yeah.
new and improved ND Cube sticker on.
I've actually got
Oh,
a,
keep it. Oh my God.
I've actually got a SunPy sticker on the top. Grab a stick. You know what that is?
Almost illegal.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, then it's upstairs.
great.
No, there we go.
You have an AstroPi sticker too. Stick it over the top of that one.
No.
Brutal. Are you,
Like perfectly.
are you gonna tip with AstroPi?
Stu's got
Always.
Stu's
I've
got
always-
beef,
always
and he's
will.
bringing it.
I'm always in a love-hate relationship with AstroPi.
That's fair.
I love them, but I also love breaking them all times.
I think they're in the same relationship with you.
That's right. I'd expect nothing less. It's their coordination meeting next week.
How are they getting on in general?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It really does sound like you're talking about an ex.
How are they?
I'm so happy for them.
Yeah. How big would their coordination meeting be now? Like, how big would their coordination meeting be?
So quite large. They're normally pretty big.
Yeah.
Go. Nice new improved shiny DQ sticker. Oh, my GNU radio sticker is looking particularly sad.
I mean,
Sam.
yes.
Yeah, the best sticker. No, actually, that's a lie. That's my favourite sticker. I have no idea where I got it from or what it is, but it's my favourite one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Cube is in all of the interests.
Our ND Cube stickers are not spec compliant hexagon stickers, are they? And they could be. Huh, okay, next time I will make them spec compliant hexagon stickers. They're too big. There is actually these stickers. There's this
Yes.
Oh,
spec
yeah.
for them where they all you
Oh.
get them printed the same size and
Yeah,
they
you
all
should
tessellate
definitely do
together.
Oh, fancy.
And they were everywhere at Fosdale.
Yeah. So related briefly to the conversation we had yesterday about WCS units.
Yes. Continue.
This is more important. than doing
There's
it.
a pull request that Tom opened yesterday. I will share the link. In fact, hell, I'll share my screen. Why not? That's what this thing's for, right? Share the screen. Tom has started building a wrapper class for fits WCS that has a different API and maintains units.
Is this only really important to us in terms of this degree arc second thing?
Also, like nanometers, right? If you do a spectral plot of iris or
Yeah.
spice or whatever, it displays it in
What do you
meters
do?
by default.
I love looking at my wavelengths in meters
Yeah.
when they're like 100 angstroms.
Exactly.
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
Yeah.
I love seeing 10 to the minus 10 on my.
Oh, no, that's good.
What?
Delivered right to the
So, Rabia.
So, I mean,
her name.
if
Rabia.
the
woman.
bill particularly
In Spanish.
Oh, no, you too. You've done a lot of working with constructing WCSs.
Like, what are the dogs? What is
Chiming in on
illness
the
the
stuff
dogs can
on this
transmit
about
like
the API for building it.
rabies? So that's what it means in
Because at
Spanish.
the moment, it's just,
And also, like,
it's
I feel
just
like
header.
it's also like,
But,
oh,
Ginsberg
tengo
was-
rabia. It's not
I've
just
been
like
arguing
only the
that
rabies,
that's
but it's
the
like,
API we want. Oh, Rabia.
Oh, having to
Rabia,
just like
Rabia.
manually.
Yeah, it's like,
instruct keys. Having
I'm
something like
full of hate.
our fits
Oh,
WCS.
right,
makes
okay.
it
and every time I call her like, hi Rabia.
nice.
I was
I
trying
mean,
to
that's a very,
In my head too.
for us, we're constructing a very
To
particular
visualize.
kind of WCS every single time.
Yeah.
It's only, two
Her hate
pieces.
inside.
So doing
And then when
it
she's
in a
they're
general
like,
way.
you forgot the thing. I'm like, yes,
Yeah, yeah.
You-
From my mind.
yes, that's your name. That's fine.
chat on YouTube stream forever.
But actually, I mean, how hard is that really?
Change
Like,
It could definitely be done. For imaging at least. That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
You also want to construct a.
Not really, no.
but then no, yeah, obviously for imaging, I mean, we already do that essentially,
No, but like if you want.
You don't have the sun in the back.
right? I mean, two celestial axes, but you can imagine, like, okay, if you want like a time axis, right? You know, stick in a time, and then so like, I mean, you would have to,
I'm just
some-
saying I'm
have to
machine.
come up with some way to like specify the ordering of your axes too. But
So that hold across you quite as much.
No, I'm really still in the machine now, so I'm freer now.
Oh, you're free now, okay.
Yeah.
I like it. Put it on the PR.
yeah, it's a very
It's like
incomplete
also-
thought.
I can understand why you want.
Hello.
Hello.
Nabil,
Sorry.
Yeah. So,
we need to do
less.
we need to do conda PRs for
No, you should
6-1, right?
Send you
Wait, isn't the hack time? Isn't the hack time you choose what to do, not you tell us what you're thinking?
I don't know.
well, I'd say we,
What?
I have right access.
I can add you back.
Unclear yet.
Yeah.
We haven't done a
Or at least
.0
make our
X release on Conda Forge since it's,
Well, no, but you also did a lot.
I sat in the right spot.
no, because we haven't
I
been,
sat in the right spot.
again,
Oh, yeah.
not in charge of the Conda Forge recipe. Yeah,
I think most restaurants now.
We could
It's
do
more
the
of
last
finding a
6.1.
place that works.
I could even do a 6.0
Yeah, yeah.
.x if you want.
It's not gonna be worth it. It's not hard.
No. I'm currently redacting my
Oh, the-
documents for
What, sorry?
Berkeley apparently never get reimbursed by Berkeley.
Was that for going to scientific park?
Yeah. Even though I live in the US, I have a social security number. They want to
Yes.
treat me as a foreign national,
Organize dinner now.
as a
Oh, right,
foreigner.
okay. It's far more important than whatever
No,
you're gonna say.
no, I was just like,
So I have to give them my passport, my entry stamps, my I-94.
David, would you be interested in joining dinner tonight?
Like,
If we book a dinner, would you be?
they wouldn't
Yes,
even
yes,
take
yes,
my
yes,
American
yes,
bank
Yes,
account.
I'm
I had
counting
to
for dinner
send-
tonight.
Okay,
I
great,
had
yeah,
to
okay.
pretend, I had to tell them first, you have to click the option, send a check.
What do you want?
Like, after that, you have to
I mean,
re-change the form
Yeah.
to provide your bank.
Yeah, but we don't want to go far away from
I'm
here.
like,
No, yeah.
why?
Relatively close. would be good.
This is a place like 2 hours away in Sheffield.
Yeah.
It's like Sheffield, yeah.
Edo sushi. Edo sushi is still the best sushi.
And we don't want expensive food either, right? Because I went to a sushi place last week. I don't think I'm gonna taste sushi the same way.
Okay.
Since then.
Which one did you go to?
Just tastes like money. You know what's going.
I know where it is. I don't know the name.
Where is it? Let's go.
Stuart,
It's like
Well, I went to.
we were 3
did
people.
you raise
we
an
spent
issue or a PR?
You open the PR.
You open a PR. All right, I'll
pounds.
review that.
It
Sorry,
needs a-
okay,
It needs
I'm sorry,
fixing.
okay.
Can
Hey,
make
let's.
some.
Okay, let's do it.
I went to sushi place. I went to
The math.
The math.
What?
three people.
Like resample needs fixing.
I went to sushi place.
Someone wants to pick that up.
Saturday
A resample,
Saturday
map
night,
resample or
Tuesday night.
Resample, low level
I spent
WC.
$100. But
Right.
It's the two methods that convert
and when I
between
went to the sushi place in Boston,
super pixel space and WCS pixel space.
2 days before the development,
That's kind of
Yeah.
I
disgraceful.
spent $150.
That's dollars.
No.
To
It's a PR with an attempted fix that doesn't work and a
be fair, alcohol wasn't
You
involved,
can
so
go
that
any
was
other
bumps
meat,
up the
yeah.
price when
Yeah, here
you're
was
like 4
also-
cocktails down.
Like the alcohol here was
Cheaper than
Okay.
Boston, probably.
Yeah, I love going to sushi places and spending
Only because the pound is weak.
Congratulations, Nabil, you're once again on the SunPy.
Oh, you had pizza yesterday.
Can I get access to
I
all of the
don't
other
think-
Conda Ford recipes that
From what I
also have
gather,
to-
or like
Yes, although I don't know why.
We get
Insist
the
on-
thing in around the corner.
Because I'm quitting.
Insist on,
I'm quitting SunPy. I quit SunPy last time.
and then you
when
come
I,
back again.
and when I tell
Doesn't matter.
Bart to go fuck himself, I'm also going to like get a new job back to like doing earth sciences or something useful with my life. So I'll leave again.
I feel like we should have like a vote on how many times Nabil's going to say that this week.
I feel like we should be running a sweepstake on how many times will Nabil quit SunPy before he actually quits SunPy.
Oh, so we read that there again?
Which ones?
Well, unless you're willing to just do the rest, but like the only one
I'm
that,
very happy to add you back.
the only one that really needs to be done is SunPy because I don't have to like manage the branches. The others we don't
Yeah,
branch
The bot, yeah.
the bot, so someone just needs to approve the bot and merge it. So you and whoever else is on half.
Well,
of the
Will's
recipes.
Will's on a bunch of them, but that's not really fair anymore. What we need somebody
We really need.
somebody who is going to be the release.
Yeah, you should
Well, have the
you should,
release-
you
be
should
the
work out
release
who
role.
that is.
I think it's you. By virtue of you're the one who does it.
It would be nice if Conda Forge could, instead of a user, you add a team, and the bot would
Yeah,
work that out. But there's probably too much work on that.
Yeah, I don't think it does. Are there any other feedstocks that you want?
it's like if you want someone to like take over doing the releases, which I agree that should be more of a designated person and not just following on you every time. I think it would be worth, like in the way that Stuart did with me when I first started doing this, like to have someone to like walk them through like what you do, you know, 'cause it's way easier than it used to be, right? But it's still like,
And I think it is now relatively, it is very well documented.
Yeah.
as well.
Each,
Like,
go.
when I do it, I just load up the wiki and do what it tells me to.
Sure, yeah.
Like, 'cause I no longer remember all of the things. I just
well, it also
blindly follow the wiki.
Yeah.
used to be more of like an art form,
Yeah.
and you had to like stand on one foot and like.
Yeah, it
hold
used to
your
be
hands
like
that way.
work, and now I just render the changelog, push, and I tag it, and then I walk
So
away.
the other thing that actually, I don't know what, I mean, you're busy
Have any?
redacting documents, but the other thing we could do is take my auto release workflow from Dkist and try and add it to core.
I've never seen that before.
This and
I will share my screen.
but I think most places are pretty good.
Show the room. So do I need
Wagyu
to do a
sushi.
Dkist release? Here's the question. What's been?
No,
Yeah, move on.
Like unless
No, sorry,
you're
now-
choosing like a barbecue.
okay, no, okay. There's a Wagyu sushi place next door, so let's spend even more money. But if we're gonna go to a Wagyu place, we have to make sure they have a certificate because if it ain't fucking real Wagyu, I ain't fucking eating.
He's gonna quit SunPy.
I've heard this
No,
before.
because they charge
Yeah, well,
they charge money for the Wagyu, and if it isn't fucking legit, you pay the full price for like low quality Japanese beef. And that's not okay. Don't be scammed.
also it could be
Where these
also-
It could be Australian. It could be like American Wagyu,
Yeah.
where it's like 1% Japanese cow. Like American Wagyu, fuck off.
No,
They sell it in Costco because it's so fucking cheap.
Put a board, fuck off. Nabil.
Check your Wagyu
So
certificate.
it's like,
So
so
you prepare
release
release
SunPy, it's not, there's no,
Okay.
no percent of Wagyu
So
involved.
you go-
SunPy. So he doesn't.
Just run the workflow.
you run the workflow, you type in the version that you want. You can tick pre-release or not.
And then
Although I
specify
basically never use pre-release because I don't need to.
Yeah.
And then what it does is I would have done a Dkist release if I had anything more than a pre-commit fix that needed merging. But anyway, what it does is it validates that you haven't put the V in the version number because I do it every time, despite the fact it clearly saying above the box, don't put the fucking V in, put that type of V in every time. And then the workflow files, and I'm like, for
It's
sure.
like a, yeah, it's
And then it runs the attrs update script, which generates the new JSON values for me.
commits them.
It commits to them. It then runs town crier, renders town crier to converts it to marked out, and then saves that. Saves the marked out version out as a to GitHub output. We'll come back to that in a minute. Actually renders town crier properly to the changelog.rst, runs pre-commit, commits to changes, makes a pull request, and then drafts a GitHub release with the changelog, the markdown version of the changelog, right? And then what you do is you merge the pull request with all of the changes,
Yeah.
and then you publish the release. Done.
Okay.
Is that documented somewhere? What you just said?
This
When
is
does the
Dkist.
Oh,
tag,
this is how, this is
the
this is
tag,
part.
I assume the tag gets created when you create the
Publish
draft
the release. No, when you publish.
Oh, well, okay, you're publishing, okay.
Why is this in the template? Should it be?
I mean, there.
do you remember the name?
This
No.
this has gone through a couple of iterations in Dkist. I've been like workshopping it in
Sure.
Dkist with the eventual intention to roll it out everywhere. But like we could like add more steps here for the different repos that need different pre-release steps, right? This is this is the like
It's Photoshop.
Atters update step, but we could also for core we could also have it do the Zenodo thing. We could have it do like
All this stuff we have to do
all
manually.
the stuff you have to do manually.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we could.
Misremembering.
To be fair, we only do that for the major releases, so.
We could have a
We would need, like,
which
just
is
like,
major, not major, or something in there. Tick this for major release.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be nice, and then if you were to add, in theory, something like that to the package template, how much work would that?
Should be easy enough. Add the most basic version to the
Yeah.
package template. Basically, don't do this.
It's not on here for
Delete that, add it to the package template, and then
I think the problem is there's almost too many
that would
releases.
be
Let me just see.
Yeah, so usually there's a lot of.
for bug fix
Asians
releases.
and Koreans and Chinese.
There is a release
Really?
branch.
Yeah.
Option.
So, for example, 7.0.1,
Big groups.
you specify the 7.0 branch.
Specify the 7.0 branch, it would
Oh, it's
open that pull
definitely
request
not.
against
Yeah,
the
yeah.
branch, I think. No, it wouldn't. That's a bug. This pull request doesn't open against branch, it opens against main.
Yeah, okay, is that just, you need an option somewhere, or?
What is,
Yeah.
so it
yeah.
checks out the release
Let me
branch at the
see.
top,
Just assume, I think it went there a good before.
but then I never propagated down to the pull request step.
Have like these long tables.
That's a
That's actually,
bug.
yeah, could be good.
Uh,
Let's just see it if I do.
Shall we add this to core and see how we
Yeah.
get on?
Let's do it.
Okay, well, there's no tables there, so it's not. This might be.
but this works with them. They're like, you trust them because you trust like Google booking system.
Oh, it does
I
work.
guess the 7 rooms.
It does work. The
Yeah.
default
Yeah.
branch checked out in workflow.
Oh,
So
okay,
it works by itself.
beautiful. Oh, speaking of the package template, that guy opened those two pull requests, I could not be fucked.
Yeah, I can't be all
Well, no, good boy.
Yes. yeah.
Well, that's one of them is his attempt at doing this.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Because
you didn't need to address that issue, Juice. That wasn't. I always feel bad when people do that. But like pick up a random issue and I'm like, that was not the right. Never mind.
I mean, we should just have them labeled or when they pick up an issue that you can have kind of a nice specific solution in mind for.
Yeah.
And then they,
I know in this one, but another one's we have
Even if-
food.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay, great.
but
What other things should we make it do
we can
in core
on the SunPy logo on the.
to build?
Oh, yeah. Great,
But
great.
that's
it, right? Anything like that.
I don't know
What does our release workflow call for?
That's it.
Pre-release workflow, particularly. Update
Yeah,
mail
the
map.
mail
Update
maps.
mail map is a manual process. So I think we'd need to, for major releases, we'd need to say something like, do the mail map,
Yeah, because you need to do it before Zenodo.
do the mail map, then run the bot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we have scripts to do everything.
Because we have signed up already next place, but
Yeah,
Oh,
run, takes the
point
note.
5,
array,
It's
the
manual
roll
still.
to array indexes.
point 5 and
No, wait.
6.
Yes, zero, but it's only in the header.
We could have this run,
Master by return zero.
we could have this run in the workflow and add it to the pull request.
Yes.
If it's backwards or
Yeah.
one.
like
But after five.
Small-
Here you go, I've updated, these are the versions you can
Yeah.
Pi project on top. Edit the pull request.
here.
Oh, yeah?
And they went.
Also, we
Oh,
could
really?
make
Okay,
that
okay.
script do it, like,
Oh, no,
that,
we
it
just
can't be
walk
that
by,
difficult to
like,
write
sorry,
out, that there's a toggle pass.
Yeah.
Just pass the toggle.
The guy there kind of joke with you or stuff like saying, oh, I asked you.
Oh, no, it was.
And like, we could-
That were working.
We could have
It was 2 women
this
yesterday.
Oh, there's one.
check
Like,
to
the guy there,
be
like,
in the description of the pull
like
request.
asking everyone like 10 people
Yeah,
what
we
they
could.
want,
That's,
and then preparing them. But
Yeah.
yeah, very talkative.
We'll be very close to what.
Oh, yeah, it was kind of chaotic, actually.
And the guy in front of us
Main
was like
release, SunPy releases.
not having fun. Like he was
Oh, no.
replying like, oh, and you're like,
Yeah.
oh, just my phone. Yes.
We should do that. Now,
Wanna do it now?
well, let me redact this. Let me merge this pull request for 7.0 for Condorfort, and then let me finish redacting
Oh,
these
don't-
documents.
Do a bump Condorfort main to the latest 6.1 release before you merge the 7.0 pull request, because then there's one less thing you need to bother with.
Oh, right, I need to make sure I fork the repository, otherwise I create random spurious Python packages in content function.
Yes, you do. You must fork.
You must fork.
The other thing that I need to do at some point is merge, is to do the theme config and merge that
I think that's fine. It's just more to have
Okay, so we go to,
search PR.
where are we?
Oh yeah, I don't know what to do. I haven't looked at the pull request, but I'm not really sure what to do. Like, do you want me to review them? I'm not good enough to review JavaScript, so that's not.
He is a much better JavaScript programmer than I ever will be. So whatever he says goes as far as that source code, basically. The only thing that
It
needs
still would be nice to engage upstream, at least to check if anyone at RTD would actually want like this improvement to their search interface.
yeah.
We don't have to start there, but like we can merge it, get it released, and then go to RTD.
Yeah, we should. It would be an interesting thing to do. I think the main thing that needs doing from our side on that pull request is I said to Stuart that I'd do this because is integrating it with the theme
This is the
config.
only one.
Right.
Right, his JavaScript has the ability to set config,
Ah, okay.
and we need to
So,
expose that
57.
through the
Okay.
Python theme
Yeah.
config system.
That involves. Oh, what does that involve?
Yes.
Probably involves writing, like having the config options and then writing,
You're
like
going to-
injecting some
Yeah, I was
JavaScript.
going to say, yeah, you're going to start formatting some strings as well.
Yeah.
But sorry,
It's just
string formatting some JavaScript files.
not,
Okay, so.
you can include that JavaScript file whole, and all you need to do is also include another script tag with the config in. So
Right.
we can just we can just do add Java, the Sphinx and
Yes,
JS
yeah.
file thing has an option for a string, right?
Ah, okay, right.
Yeah.
We should just make the theme Python 3.14 beta 2 and above only and use template string.
Right, yeah.
What could go wrong? Anyway,
Laura
that's
needs,
not.
Laura needs input on food, guys.
Important things. Are we okay with like kind of like a nice pub group kind of vibe?
Sure.
Okay, and time around 6:30, is it?
Sure. Seven gives time for a leisurely drink before, especially with pub where we just drink there.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I might give me time to go back to my hotel and drop my bag off as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. I would, yeah. Looks like they have lots of options.
I'm still screen sharing, aren't I?
Where does it have a space then?
Oh man, that cable's such a pain. So,
I mean, like actual desks.
I think CodeCup fixed itself at some point.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, I'm just checking. It's only says 96%. I'm like, it wasn't that high. I feel like 2 months ago where it was like 40 because it was busted, and now it seems to be slightly more accurate.
I just I kind of give up on all that, to be honest. It's shit.
I've got the shiny badge. It's important to keep that badge.
Nabil, the reason that breakpoint wasn't working yesterday is because by default in a notebook in a kernel,
Oh,
the breakpoints are ignored.
yes, you have to import PDB, right? You have to do PDB.set traceback. That's how you trigger that.
No, you have
Really?
to either uninstall this debug py package or tell it explicitly to stop ignoring breakpoints. Like it doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Wait, what's that? Yeah, wait, what's that? iPod? Is it Jupyter or something? What is it?
It's not IPython. It's specifically if you're running.
I
like
swear
IPython
I've
kernel.
been able to trigger breakpoints, but only PDBs. Only the original PDB.
Yeah, I've had that. I can't remember under what circumstances that is.
Yeah, it's odd.
6.2. Beautiful. Let's release 6.2.
Yeah.
Let me push this somewhere. There goes my expensive sushi dinner.
Okay, yeah, but I don't think you're gonna get either sushi or a business place, but.
Never say never.
There's a buffet? No.
Okay.
Snacks.
Fish and chips.
Yeah, fish and chips.
No, people come to the briefing, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Traditional British.
Oh, chicken schnitzel.
What more could you want?
Excellent.
Oh, an 8-ounce steak.
Is it a
meat
Line
flexible? Oh, cool.
coordination. Doing the project coordination.
So which one was put in?
Oh, wait, you did that already, but you have to know that.
When we were looking at it yesterday,
It's
we
a
had also
legit
done it
Vimes
after that.
No,
Were you-
That's all I'm
And then
It really is.
you find this weird oscillation thing.
When you said that, were you already when we had this crazy flare that
give it a
everyone would put hands on that 7th of June flare?
That was before my time,
That
yeah,
was before your time.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
Shane
that's-
was there.
Yeah,
Ooh, okay.
Sorry.
that's the example gallery.
And it was like I said, I had to work on the paper and anything, and that paper never.
Yeah,
Boots theory of economic
Never
development.
Did you ever
finish.
Poor people have to buy cheap
was it
boots
even
to wear out
finished
faster.
or?
No.
Yeah.
Rich people can afford
Yeah.
We eat so many things.
that don't wear out, so they spend less money on boots.
Yeah.
The most insightful economic analysis ever written by mankind inside of God's book, you know.
Well, that's what Terry Pratchett did. One of his most famous kids' book is a treatise on what it means to be conscious and alive.
I don't think so.
How do they have? Oh, that's my wife. Skip. I'm gonna delete that RC branch. 'Cause- Okay, where was I redacted? Okay, that's redacted, that's redacted, that's redacted.
Oh, damn, this is some dressed up food.
And we walked past that place.
Did we?
We walked past that place.
Oh, yeah, we
on the
did
way
do
home.
it. We
It's
did
pretty
do
close
it.
to our hotel.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it did, yeah.
Okay.
Now as you said it, I now have a vision. I can now see everything else. It was very busy, which is always a good sign.
Okay.
What? You know what I don't need you to do, Jira, is email me someone when someone edits a comment 2 seconds after they wrote the comment in the first place. So I get 2 emails that say effectively the same thing. Jira.
I was being bitten by this PC CD matrix stuff yesterday because I wasn't setting scale when I was building the header. And so it was defaulting to 1 to 1 1. I was like, why isn't anything working? That's so stupid. I'm so stupid.
Do you have coffee?
No, it's just water.
Oh, okay. Maybe you should. Decide that.
Maybe you need a little coffee.
Yeah.
That matcha was my second one. Not really coffee, but I had a coffee before that.
Do you make your own matcha at home, Will?
I really should. It's cheaper than buying it.
I never got it to work
buying
though.
it to try and like it, but it just tastes like grass. I'm like, ooh, matcha latte, and then I'm like,
Ugh, matcha latte.
Yeah.
There's the aggressive, it's aggressively savoury. I
Yeah.
think that's the
Yeah.
thing, isn't it?
Aggressively.
Sometimes
flavoured.
it's I feel like it's sweetened up like to where you don't really taste. Like it's
Yeah.
just a little bit in the background, and it's mostly just
If
like
you use, I think if you use like honey rather than sugar, it's a sweet name.
Yeah.
I kind of like it grassy and
No,
bitter,
no, okay, each to their own.
but I also understand not. Like,
No, it's acquired taste, maybe is a better way.
I do like the whole thing of like
Okay.
mixing it with the special thing.
Yeah. Yes.
I think it's quite there. It's like making AeroPress or something.
Yeah.
It's a process.
Some places you go and you can tell like when you order it, they're like, fucking kidding me.
The face said, "I'm spitting in yours."
Yeah. This one, a little something extra.
A special sauce. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Any others? Padre's being launched in like 2 days. But look at Juan Carlos.
Oh my god.
Scandalous.
It looks like a beer from here.
Yeah. I think he's like praying for.
Did Milo make that for?
Fantastic.
I hope so.
I didn't realize they were launching that soon.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I don't think they realized.
Nope, I don't think so.
It was game events.
Seems like it's been a very sort of fly by the seat of your pants.
Yeah.
They're doing better than we are. So.
That's building. I'm emailing someone my social security number like it's a normal thing to do.
No comment.
I'll just put it on a business card at this point in my life.
Uh-oh.
Things are serious.
Inside. Alright, we're going from bottom to top. I think this works. Which is not what we had here. There's a -1 factor. There's a -1 that's oh, depending on it. First of all, remind me how we define offset.
I don't know.
This is one of the comments.
But I could be wrong. I think offset is like here at 0, right? In the particular scenario, but if we wanted to from here to that, right? And the offset's 2. Is that right?
Makes sense. You would offset in.
Pixel space.
You would offset in WCS pixel space.
That being the case, I think it's just that there's a -1 factor missing.
There's one in WCS space. Yeah, that's what that's the conclusion I came to, but couldn't justify to myself on what I walked in when I was talking to Sam about it. And we were talking to Sam about it so much, we went the wrong way for a good 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Right, so. So basically, that's that function there. Right. So bottom is all these numbers here, right? So if I just want to go, so yeah, it's that. So that's 1.5, 3, 4.5. The offset is 2 and the scale is 3. Got that right? The wrong way around. Sorry, yeah. I've messed up the offsets. Apart from that, you ended up. No, screw it. Okay. Good. We'll see how we're going to explain it out loud. I realise what the mistake is. There's something like this. There's a minus, there's a minus one offset.
There's a minus one in the bottom space somewhere.
Yeah.
Because actually, is it 1 or is it half?
That's right, I think. Every third, so there. No, that's not right either.
That's top space, right? Calculating.
Okay. That is minus a half to 1 to 2.5
With a scale of 3.
to 4. It's, yeah. It's that one, that one, that one, that one. That's what is in bottom space, which is what we expect the top pixels to be, and then when you put that in, it's 0 offset. You get.
Oh, you can see it.
Right, so when offset 0, this is right. So that's right, there's no offset.
Is it in fact? No, that wouldn't make any difference because addition is commutative.
I thought I had this, how did I miss this?
Oh. Isn't that right?
Or is it just plus? Or I just got the sign wrong?
What are you doing? You're converting 2 top pixels. You're subtracting offset at the moment. Underlying pixel space minus offset.
That's still what you'd expect.
Yes.
We'll say that's 2. So that's definitely wrong. Why is this not
Hang on, wait. What's this coordinate in top space once you've done the conversion?
minus 0.5?
So we just, if the offset is discard these pixels,
Yes,
or they become negative.
yes.
So, okay, so
So the 3 should be 0. Sorry, I'll go back to the drawing board. I thought I had it. So I'm going to go fix it. Come back.
hang on. You're doing, okay.
Do you want to do this on a whiteboard?
Oh. That's what I think I did wrong.
What's your input? What's bottom there? That doesn't make any sense.
From
Call your function with 1.5, 2.5, 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5, 5. Don't call it with negative bottom space. Right?
what everything from,
Put the input in that would give us this output.
so it would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, I see.
So 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3, 3. Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah. Okay, that's not fun. That should give you the same as calling it without any offset with the other pixels.
Right, but I haven't I've added in these extras, right? So what's minus 0.5 is 1.5, right?
Yeah.
3. 3, 4, that's 0%. Yeah. Do this. One point 5, 3, 4.5. Right? So they're the. So then that should be.
Yeah.
Right. So then that should be equal to minus 0.5, 0,
Zero
half,
plus.
right? So
Which it is.
Yeah.
No, that is right.
I realized I put up this and forgot to delete that plus X that I left in. So that's actually what I was,
That's that.
that's now that, right? So my function was wrong, but now the function says that equation, and that's what I get. So that is right.
I think so.
Okay, so my maths is right, my function, my coding is wrong. So that's what I think it is. That minus 1.
Actually, and then we need the opposite.
Yeah, so that's t by n plus offset plus 1.
So you just stick a plus one on here, right?
Yeah.
Test pass.
That was harder than it should have been. All right, so what test is that? That is resample on. What that's actually testing. Okay, this is what you calculated yesterday, what it should be.
Yeah, this is how I proved to myself there was a bug yesterday.
Right.
Which is I set up a 9x9
Mhm.
WCS, convert the bottom left-hand corner in the original pixel space and what I expect the second pixel's bottom left-hand corner to be. So I'm taking this point and this point
Mhm.
in and calculating the well coordinates of both of them,
Mhm.
and then doing the same thing in macro pixel space and calculating the well coordinates of them and making sure the well coordinates come out the same.
Okay. Can you alter the test so that set is not 0? Because a 0, you have no idea really if you're not really testing. You kind of like just, oh, that's just not there, wrong place, that doesn't matter.
We also need to do some off diagonals as well. This test needs to be better. It wasn't really a test so much as
An exercise.
a way of me proving that it was proved by counterexample.
Yeah. All right. So
I'll
that's-
push this.
Yeah, that's the equation you need. And you just need a test that actually captures. So we need a non-zero offset. What else? What do you mean off diagonal?
That test is doing that point and that point. We need some other like x not equal to y tests.
Right. As in, the factor is not 3, 3, it's 3, 2.
Oh no! Well, and also just not x pixel equals y pixel, which is all that test is doing.
Why does superpixeling change your rotation matrix?
Doesn't
Okay, so why?
So why is it changing on
Yeah.
But doesn't it?
So okay, we have. I feel like I'm having like an existential crisis. Like we have a line in superpixel. This is not. It's nothing to do with our map refactor. That's if you have a PC key in meta, it rescales PC 1.2 and PC 2.1 by the ratio of the dimensions of the
no, it does.
superpixel.
Yes, no. If you have non-square pixels, it does.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
always forget about non-square pixels.
But
My understanding of WCS is almost entirely predicated on the assumption of square pixels.
yeah. So cool. Yeah. So yeah, because this does
It's horrifying.
this does nothing if you have
That sticks.
square or ice also. Yeah. If you have
Is it a pixel where it doesn't?
falls over.
It's what you work most on. As not
Yeah. I think
It's not a focusing instrument though, so.
I just think, anyway.
Success.
Okay.
I managed to persuade GitHub that put both of our neighbors on my PR.
Without my consent? I feel violated.
Why?
Why do I feel violated?
Elaborate, please.
Well, God knows what Musk is doing to my name now. In that case.
Why does this change the PC matrix if you have non-square?
Oh, well, that's linear algebra. I can't help you.
Like the CD matrix.
Well, is it because if you're rotating and you change the scale, the angle by which like one pixel rotates is different, right? Because hang on, I have no idea if this is true. I'm completely shooting from the hip.
Yeah.
But like, if you change the length of the base of your triangle and you rotate by a certain angle, at the longer that, like, the further that will move in pixel space.
Sure, I'm imagining like if you like the really extreme case, you're like stretching out a pixel, like, and then like making it really like short and fat, then it's like the way in which you rotate. Okay, like I guess very like qualitatively, I see why.
I have no idea if I'm right. It might just be a case of doing algebra and actually just doing the maths rather than.
I think that conceptually makes sense. The maths probably backs it up.
I would not be commenting on the second part of that.
Oh, I was like, who added this line? Of course, Albert. So
Of course it was Albert, yeah.
Oh, well, then it's
good thing he's not online to hear how stupid I am. Joke's on me, he already knows.
yeah. You'd instantly be fired.
Oh, if that was true, I would have been fired long ago. Fixed handling of C delta I and PCIJ in sample and superpixel.
Yeah, so the AR build failed, so do we care for 6.1? Should I upload the other builds, right?
How easy is it to do the change?
Straightforward.
We'll do it on-
Two lines of the re-render.
We'll do it on that PR, and then we won't have to do it on the 7.01. And merge your PR, your changelog PR to.
Oh, it's amazing, thank you.
The off-diagonal elements of the PCIJ matrix need to be modified if the pixels are not square, but the diagonal elements of the PCIJ matrix stay unchanged. Thanks, Albert, for that, really.
But like that like makes perfect sense to him. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
what else would I want you to know? It's like,
Read that again?
The off-diagonal elements.
The off-diagonal elements,
Square.
yeah, they're not square. Okay, why?
If the pixels aren't square.
Yeah.
I think that's a good like.
That actually does make sense.
Yeah.
Does it?
Oh,
People with your understanding of linear algebra.
I would say that it's just like this. I'm just imagining an SRM, and this feels like
Yeah.
or yeah.
Like Shane is with this.
My test failed.
I don't think it's listening to us.
Oh, yeah.
Do what now?
How good is your
Alright.
linear?
That's our matrix.
Yeah.
Too early in the morning for that.
Our resampled low-level WCS tests were bad because
They passed.
they passed, and now I fixed it. They do not pass anymore.
Right. If the code was wrong and the test passed, surely that meant the tests were wrong. So in that sense, that's comforting. I suspect in a moment of like, we gotta get this shit done, I just sort of output the values, stuck it in the test. And
We
just need to update the values or the tests, the logic of the test fundamentally wrong. It is that.
They're kind of bad tests, right? Because they are just checking stability. We need more tests like this one, but we're actually giving input where we know.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, yeah. In that, right? We're doing by picking these numbers carefully, comparing it to these numbers that are carefully chosen. We're validating that it works, right? Because we're like, this number should equal this number. We need more of this. If you fancy doing that, Bill and I were going to do some release automation.
I mean, there's a brute force way of doing it. It's 9 by 9.
Just do all of them.
Do all of them.
Yeah, that works.
The trick, the thing is, do I say, oh, that function works, and I just use that function and just put in potentially wrong values? Or
And then offsets.
I was going to do with an offset, offset of 2, basically. And
You should be able to parameterize that, right? If you parameterize this number, this number, this number, and this number, and offset.
or I could just do it all in one array.
YOLO.
Yeah.
That's better.
Yeah. Okay.
Parameterize arrays and offset.
I think the only degenerate one is when offset is 0. I think every other case, if it's wrong, it should show up offset. So I think I only need one offset, which is a non-zero offset. I need to test offset is 0.
We'll see what that does.
I think that probably the best reason to keep an offset at 0 case is it's a little bit easier to reason with when you're reading the test as a first pass. Right?
Okay. Yeah, okay, all right.
Alright, that should be done then. Let's see what the comments on this pull request are.
Okay.
No.
The Bill, how's it going over there? Do you want to do that release automation thing, or should I fix the units issue in NDQ refactor?
I've gone down this rabbit hole.
Well, I mean, I was complaining yesterday though, I really want to see more progress on NDQ refactor, so
Well, I was using
Maybe it's better just to
SuperPixel as a way to
spend
confirm
time.
that I understand what Regen is doing or not doing, and then I realized I don't understand what SuperPixel is
All right, so
doing.
you might as well just learn Regen.
You know, sometimes you're like, AI is going to take over the world, and then we're like sitting here, like, how do matrices work? I don't.
It is linear algebra. Ironically, it can't do linear algebra.
It is not. It is not self-aware.
I am.
Much in the same way that I can't do biology.
Why? Sorry.
No, I was going to say something that's absolutely not related to this.
Go on.
So was I.
No.
Do you know that film Shark Tale?
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you know the
vaguely.
fish that like clean the whales and things like that,
Oh,
and they like
yeah.
work at the car wash?
Yeah.
Those fish in real life are self-aware. They're the only fish.
Really? What?
Yeah, they
What does
passed
that mean?
the mirror test, and they also
Oh.
recognize themselves in photos, like themselves.
Fish.
How do they know?
Those little fish.
How do they know it's themselves that? How do they test that they think it's themselves in the mirror?
So they put like dye in their like gills, and then in the mirror they think that it's a like to make it look like a parasite, and they like, rub that part off a rock. So they're like looking in the mirror and they realize it's themselves, and they start rubbing it on.
Interesting.
And the photograph thing, they like took pictures of them, and then they only attacked the pictures of that wasn't themselves. So you have smart fish to see their self-worth. They said it wasn't related. But a fun fact of the day.
That unfortunately is far too long to go on the board, but that might be the best fact of the week.
It's like a paragraph long.
Yeah.
Just put the fish itself away.
Yeah. Yeah. There was one in the
Sorry,
pub
it's
from last
the
night that I've now
specific-
forgotten that somebody said we had to put up. But
Yeah, I think that's in the Beal.
it probably was Nabil. Nabil comes out with some humdingers. Why have you imported WCS inside the fixture? That's the use to it. Is there actually a reason, or is it just?
Oh, no, laziness.
Right,
I just
okay.
couldn't be bothered to scroll to the top of the file.
Pure lazy.
it was also too lazy to add the second line break though.
Yes.
Yeah, but he added them here for no apparent reason, so.
The line breaks in that function make it easier to read.
I think the reason
They
that-
separate three separate logical clauses of that function.
Yeah, sure.
In fact, there should be a fourth one because there's actually 4 logical clues. There are 4 paragraphs
If
in
you
that
say so, I
code.
don't think.
There are 4 paragraphs in that code.
Yeah, I going back to that WCS, I agree with Adam. It'd be nice. I think the dick idea is terrible.
I can see why Tom's done it.
Yeah, I can see why Tom died because he's got other comments like, "Oh, I have to change the C rating." Better you than me.
Do we need a 2-dimensional test?
Hmm?
Do we need a 2-dimensional test? There's nothing special about 2 dimensions.
You should test every dimension.
Sorry, what?
For just for this, for the thing that we were just talking about, for testing the bottom to top grid.
Mm-hmm.
1 dimension, I mean, it should just work the same in every dimension. So we only need 1 dimension to test. Which is what I was doing.
I asked Albert yesterday to sanity check that test for me, and he said
What's
that
the off-
we should
the
test
diagonals?
off-diagonal coordinates.
Those are the ones that was getting.
Also, should resample WCS be able to resample different dimensions?
Yeah.
Well, then we definitely need to test that too.
Well, it's just a factor is not an int, it's an array.
Well, we definitely need to test
Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
all of those permutations, including off diagonals, especially when the factor is different along different axes. The off diagonals become very important.
because we're not rescaling in Rebin, you're not rescaling the off diagonal elements of the rotation matrix.
Just to clarify, this is a total non sequitur, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay, fine. What?
In rebin or in the unwrapper?
in the unwrapper.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't surprise me that I say we, Danny forgot that.
Forgot or couldn't be asked? Or wasn't aware that it needed to be done?
That probably means that when you rebin your spice rasters, they're even more wrong.
Yeah,
And
Or you
if you
re-
unwrap them.
if you
If you don't
rebin,
unwrap them, it's okay.
if you rebin anything with non-square pixels.
And unwrap it. NDQ doesn't unwrap by default.
So,
It's
right.
correct. It's
you're-
correct as long as you don't unwrap it.
Yes, yeah.
Well, it's not correct. It's got an off by. It's got an off by. Off by one
Okay,
pixel.
but that's a different problem.
Yeah, that's separate.
But the unwrapper is wrong for non-square pixels. Yes. Well, I'm glad we're fixing all of these bugs that are technically unrelated to the map NDQ refactor by doing the map NDQ refactor. So
Yeah.
We're aware of them.
No, this is actually very productive. It's just not what we thought we were going to be doing. But it turns out,
Isn't that always the way it goes?
Yeah.
but we had to do it. We just didn't know. So now we know. Now we're doing it.
have you looked at and notebooks you posted in the chat for that?
Yeah, briefly. That's a load it up again and basically make a decision on whether we think that's enough testing.
I'm going to fix the units issue.
Units, yeah.
Package template, or should I just?
Why don't you improve that version modified the Pi project on top of
Sure. Yeah, I'm just waiting for all of the Azure builds to build for 6.0 and 6.1. I pushed to I created a 6.0 branch directly because on the Conda Forge.
Did you go back into history and fork it and branch off?
Yeah,
Many
I
moons ago?
branched off. Oh. No.
Because all the dependencies will be wrong.
Yeah, that's a good point. No, we didn't really bump any dependencies for 6.1. I don't think we bumped anything.
Really? That's surprising.
Well, because
Don't we always bump?
I think we had a late release of 6.0 by the time we got 6.1. It wasn't actually it wasn't that far. I should double check, but yeah, you're right. I forgot about the. Let's check the what's new. The what's new will tell me. Did we know what's new?
Just because you time we both same
Yeah,
time it vibrates with Google
Yeah.
and Stuart doesn't, which I find extremely.
Yeah.
Wait, that's not true. Is it true? That's not true. That's not true at all.
There is an issue, but I don't have it.
Oh, we did bump AstroPi, so that's the main thing. That needs to be
Okay, what are you on?
Does
I
it make
mean, what are
sense?
you up to?
I think this is an NDQ thing.
All the best things are, Laura.
Is it what?
So the shape of this is 0, 0, but it's
No.
empty.
What? That's the output of that. Oh. What? Did SubMap do that?
Well, SubMap just returns as 0. Like, I'll have to keep dims. So this is what it should be. It should be like, ugh. Right?
Yeah.
Why is this? I think I just don't understand this. Like,
Does map allow scalar maps?
Yes.
Ah, okay. NDCube does not. You cannot
oh, that
have a
was the
scalar, so you always end up with a 1x1 cube. But apparently you can end up with a scalar map. Actually, wasn't that a discussion we wanted to have?
Literally, I was gonna say, do we want to have these discussions at some point? How do we want to do this? But yes, literally,
Do we want
discussion submap allows scalar map, NDQ crop doesn't decide how to handle this. It's literally a thing we need to talk about.
oh, okay.
Do we
Well,
want to talk about that right now? Because Laura's
Sure.
struggling with it.
wait,
Yeah.
It's like, if
can
we
you,
resolve that, then that
let's-
might help Laura.
I think because that's my take. let me check the other failing test, because I think if that's just a failing test, then okay, then it's not my problem.
That's it. And then
Dan, you want to open that discussion so we can,
You know what I mean? Let me just check what the other issue is, then I'm kind of finished in this
yeah.
deep hole, whatever, and then we can, okay, thanks.
So basically you instigate the start of that discussion as soon as you're ready.
Let me know when you need it. Yeah, I'll review.
Yes, I actually haven't,
Then I am.
to be honest, I haven't actually changed really anything since,
Since last time.
yeah. But I think
You understand
there's more failing tests, and I think it's that, then I think it's good to review. Yeah,
We don't store the CD matrix in our WCS,
Correct.
which makes it hard to update in the WCS.
Yeah, that's fine.
So when you go to rebin and you want to account for the scaling on your CD matrix, I mean, I think we decided intentionally not to keep it in the WCS because it's redundant and it's just another piece of information to keep updated.
Okay, I think we've got, the unwrapper should support the CD matrix because
Yeah,
that's an ND cube feature that should exist, irrespective of the map refactor.
oh, yeah. Sure.
Right.
I guess I'm thinking of this in the context of the map refactor, because if we're using rebin, like, okay, I see what you're saying, yes. But then, okay, if we're going to replace superpixel with rebin, currently superpixel does update manually, explicitly in superpixel, we rescaled the CD matrix to account for superpixel. Replacing superpixel with rebin, even though the unwrapper will rescale the CD matrix, because we're not keeping the CD matrix in our map WCS, it won't get rescaled. The keys will be there, but they won't be right in the header. The keys will be in the header, but because they're not in the WCS, they won't be updated. If that makes sense. Maybe I should just do this and then confirm that what I'm saying is actually correct, but I'm pretty sure.
Say it again.
So in where's this? Superpixel, right? We have this here. They're rescaled by you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We rescale the CD keys by the whatever you're superpixeling by. If we replace, okay, so I need to make this change basically in rebin to where you just, whatever it would be, the CD matrix rescaled by some factor.
I think we need to go all the way back to the beginning here and reconsider how rotation matrix works and how we build the WCS. I think we can question the decision that not putting a CD matrix in the WCS was the right answer.
Yeah.
Like, why don't... we would need to think this through more, but why don't we just pass the CD matrix through to the WCS in map if it's got one?
I think the kind of weirdness here is partially because in some places, like in superpixel and
We explicitly modify the CD keys.
and the keys, yeah, rather than dealing with the WCS. But then in DQBlend, everything is just dealing with the WCS explicitly because that's the only thing it has.
Not need to scale the...
You would also need to rescale the off-diagonal PC keys, but that's separate.
surprised by the fact that you need to rescale the off-dimensional PC keys, but not the off-axis CD keys.
You do, but you also rescale everything in the CD matrix because it already has, it's already being multiplied by the C delts. Yeah. Which is, I guess, the advantage in that case is that you don't have to think as hard about that rescaling.
The challenge with passing the CD matrix through to the constructed WCS is what rotation matrix returns.
Yeah.
And
But it becomes,
whether we keep the public API of dot rotation matrix always being the PC matrix. The other related question is whether we want to support maps that don't have CDEL, that do have the CD matrix, which we don't have one.
because it's not like you don't need to have a rotation matrix to do pixel to world operations, right? You just need a PC or a CD matrix. You don't have to have, none of this formalism requires a rotation matrix in the sort of formal sense. Right.
I'm not entirely convinced I'm following the distinction you're making.
Well, like for doing like a pixel to world to pixel, those types of operations don't hinge on you having you just need a CDEL or a PCIJ and a CDEL and a PCIJ or your CD matrix.
Yes.
So I guess my question is why do we have a rotation matrix property at all?
Because it it's part of the map standard metadata model to convert CL val or whatever we needed, and you standardize it's a property that standardizes can take that affine transform matrix from various places and provide one way of us to construct the WCS with it.
Okay.
But we can make different choices.
Yeah. It's just so much more of a can of worms than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it really is. Well, the fact that you made a branch called map-ndcube-migration on your remote, rather than the map_ndcube_migration upstream one, is a source of repeated problems for me. Because I keep checking out the wrong fucking branch.
I can delete it. It doesn't have. Actually, yeah. Wait.
It doesn't have power of each.
No, but it does exist.
Why did I do that?
I don't know, Will. I don't know.
Why would I be so stupid?
Probably made a lot of sense to you like a year ago.
I'm sure it made no sense to me then too.
Okay, cool.
I was just as stupid then as I am now. $74 commits ahead, 813 commits behind SunPy main. Oh wait, but this branch doesn't need to exist. I'm just going to delete this. So that way you stop checking it out.
Your fancy prompt made me think of this. Something that I adopted relatively recently, which you might enjoy.
I can't see what on my yeah. This one.
Mm.
Okay. Where it is now. To be fair, that is quite nice. Rust powered. Stuart, he still needs to organise that Rust training session.
Yeah. That's been on my to-do list since like October.
I don't know if you need to help with that. To be fair, this is pretty cool. I don't fully comprehend, Stuart, how you have the bandwidth to know about all these things.
Podcasts.
Yeah.
That branch is dead. You can never check it out again.
Thank you.
The rest of the cartridge.
I think that is this. I think that is. I don't think there needs to be a different error message based on how we've sliced the zero length array.
Zero size array, right?
Mm-hmm.
That one of the tests that run. So, for instance, can't do this, right? Trying to slice a zero length array.
That font is very small. My map 00. Yeah, sure. Okay.
There you go, you old man. 0, obviously should break. But doing that should also break because it's still a zero length array. But the error message that you get is still zero size array reduction. I'm inclined to say that she makes a valid point, like more obvious to a user. And my answer is maybe, but I'm fine with that still being. But yeah, this is the concentration that's outside the range.
Oh, that's not an error on that operation. That's not what she thinks it is. That's an error on the wrapper. Yeah.
That's upsetting. Right, okay, cool. Well, that's a thing to fix.
I don't think that's a refactor related issue, though.
Is it not?
Doubt it.
Where's my republics?
You son of a bitch. The fuck is the fucking name?
It's the problem you're having over there, Nabil?
No, I'm just having interesting fuzzing package versions from PyPy and the real fun way wheels and libraries just have the funkiest names. Never realized. Macro macOS _10_macOSX_10.9_10_9_Intel.macOS.10. Just keeps going. Just keeps going.
It's a nice rhythm to it.
before.
It repeats it.
It gets into a buckle.
Yeah,
It keeps repeating.
the fuck happened to this? What happened to this word name? Like, why? It's very funny. I never realized that sometimes the Mac word would just
No, I'm okay with it.
gibberish. Anyway, I actually need to think about this logically.
Do we have a thing on Mac that is the original unmodified header?
I thought Fitz had on Mac. No.
Ah, yes, it does.
Also, want to say, are you on the Fitz header or are you on the original Meta untouched? Because there's also an original Meta.
Yeah, that's what I think I'm gonna look at.
Why is everyone data on it? Is that just a case of rewriting the replica so that it fails nicely on that? This error, or this thing that shouldn't work?
What the?
What did
Dickens just
you
happened?
just do?
What?
Do you think if you change the type of cell it is? Much why? What's going on? Why?
I think I merged the cells. No. I don't know what I did. No idea what just happened.
Yeah, the shape is basically is you're trying to index out a range, check your breaks, but you get that like you don't get a nice out of range error, you get a shit thing. You get that as zero size array projector.
No, you don't. What you get is no error at all, right?
Oh, that's true, yeah.
What you get
Oh,
is
yeah.
nothing.
Nothing. That will be nothing, yeah.
It doesn't error. None of this errors.
Yeah.
Literally none of those error at all. And I would imagine they also don't error at all on main.
No, because you can't do this on main.
Oh, that's true. There's no slicing on main.
Yeah. This is related to us.
I think the thing is that should probably error.
Yes. Okay.
Can we just delete rotate in favor of reproject?
No.
Yes.
No.
Hang on, no. hang on. Johnny, we literally spoke this the other day, right? We literally talked about whether we could use them. Because we chatted about what methods we can deprecate off the main.
Was rotate one of them? I thought, but the difference with rotate in map is that it basically just changes the rotation matrix in the header, right? It doesn't do a full like reprojection. So it's like
It doesn't have
incredibly efficient,
of the data.
or it's a reprojection.
It doesn't do a full reprojection, but it does regrid the array.
Interpolates.
But it's a lot quicker than
It's
reprojecting.
way quicker, right?
Way quicker, but it's also wrong. It's also less accurate.
Yeah.
Right, but so the point is like, the question then is like whether you want to like just get rid of resample. It's not that you replace it with reproject.
Like, could you just make?
Because Because there are places where like I don't care about, actually I care about speed, and I think
Is reproject really that
Yeah.
slow?
Yeah,
Yes.
if you fix that problem, then it's all fine, but it's actually so slow. It's so slow when you have like a 4K image, right? It's pretty bad if you're doing, like,
It's true.
it's true you're allowed to.
How many times are you doing it?
I'm going to have to come down on Laura's side for once on this.
I will reluctantly.
No, not
I'm
reluctantly at
making
all.
a point that I'm not happy with this.
No, not reluctantly at all. I think Laura's dead right.
No. Like, I understand in theory it's correct, but people, like, most of the time don't even, they were like, hey, it's close enough, it's grand. Like,
They're not even like that. It's just this is too slow. I'm not using this shit, and they move back to audio or something else, or they do their own crap. That's even worse.
I'm just thinking about all the stuff. It's not just rotate. That's one of the best examples of places where we have to do so carefully adjusting all the keys in the fits headers to make sure when we do an operation like that we're updating the metadata correctly.
Yeah.
As opposed to in the case of doing something that can just fall back to reproject. It's like, well, the WCS is just what WCS is, and then you just reconstruct the header from those keys, as opposed to having to make all those changes manually. But,
yeah, actually, like, in saying that, why don't you just do a quick test to see the time difference between full resolution AA image?
Yeah.
Reproject versus rotate, and
Yeah.
then we can talk about, right, like, 'cause maybe I'm wrong, maybe it is not, like, it is still also a little bit slow to rotate like a big matrix, right?
Yeah, it's not like the
It's not like a
fastest
fast thing
ever.
either.
Yeah. Because I mean, we do this like in resample and in SuperPixel is a little bit different, but resample, rotate,
Actually, but,
submap also.
and, yeah, but do you mean to use reproject for all of those?
Yeah, like
But, I mean, okay, no, like, I'm sorry, like, if reproject can be fast, yes, but
yeah. I mean, this is
Superpixel,
SuperPixel is not
because that's
it's,
stupid.
and it's not an interpolation. Like
Superpixel
by
also
definition.
because you can't like customize the operation you're doing.
yeah, I'm not including that one, but like anytime we're doing an interpolation, basically, I realize that I'm sort of like saying this to be inflammatory a bit, you know, like.
Well done,
Is
you
there
have
a way
succeeded.
like, I guess is the slowness, like, literally because it has to check pixel to pixel, like.
It's doing the pixel
Yeah.
to pixel, and I don't even
and
think.
the only reason you're kind of needing it is not to do that, it's necessarily just to be a cleaner way to tidy up the,
Yeah,
right? So
Yeah.
is there any way to disentangle those two things?
I don't know.
Sorry, say that again.
So, like, I guess the slowness is the checking of the pixel to pixel.
Yeah, the interpolation is
Right.
not the slow part usually.
Yeah.
If you're doing reproject interp.
Yeah.
The regridding is not usually the slow bit. It's depending on how complex your two WCSs are, I suppose.
If you're just doing a rotate,
Like what if you
It-
constructed
the
like
coordinate
same
transformation.
observer, same exact observer?
which is what rotate should be.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like if you just like replaced rotate, like, or if you like whatever new rotate is like, it's like, mutate is the same observer. The only thing that's different is the rotation. Like change the PCIJ to be diagonal in your new WCS. Is that any faster than if like the observer was a little bit different, or is the pixel to pixel operation that you're doing still going to be just as
No,
slow?
it should be much quicker because it's just doing straight HPC to HPC conversion.
But is it,
It should be, but yeah, I guess is it actually is? Does it take the path through the transform stack? Do you think it's? I guess if it doesn't, then we can fix that. But maybe I should just come up with an example. See if it works.
yeah, but do it on a big, don't
Yeah,
just
yeah.
do it on
No,
like,
like an
because I think
AI,
somebody doing
like
these
a
tests, it's like,
4K
oh, it's
by
actually grand,
4K.
yeah.
AA images.
And then I think a lot of people are doing that for like,
Yeah.
I know you know that, but
Yeah.
I feel like, yeah.
You gotta remember.
Reproject 2 is significantly slower than rotate because it's so much slower. I haven't actually been able to find out how much slower yet because it hasn't finished. Which isn't surprising, but
No, it's I mean like a 4K like or like the WCS of a 4K image to a 4K image is not going to be fast.
the answer to like the difference is though that if you use reproject, you can make better choices about your interpolation than you can with
Yeah.
rotate.
Yeah,
But that's,
You need to.
But that's a user decision.
Yeah.
I would argue. If the user cares about speed and
Rotate
simplicity.
takes about 3.2 seconds on a full 4K AA image, and this is all with default arguments. And reproject to the rotate WCS takes 16 seconds.
That's
What's a factor of 4?
not
Eh, What's a factor of
It's half
5?
an order of magnitude. that's a big difference.
And that's
Half of the
with,
magnitude
that's
is big.
with a WCS that's just diagonalizing the PCIJ.
I used the
You
target WCS for rotate.
It's
for
just the rotate,
for
yeah.
reproject was the one that rotate generated.
Okay.
What's the problem? What's the problem with this code? I mean, if it's done right once, sorry, not to
Because
not
we
to,
have
not to
fucked
trigger
up
David.
all of these key
So many
the
times.
operations on these FITS keys so many times. It's like every single couple of months we realize that we fucked something up, and just like maintaining this code is a huge pain in the ass. Like I'm not actually like I agree, like sacrificing that like speed for that is not, especially like if it's like over a factor of 5. That's not worth it. But it's something to think about.
Is there another way we could like deal with this without like literally like populating keys like that? Do you know what I mean? Like I don't know what I mean by that. Like, is this something that we can do in a smart way?
I don't know.
I mean, it's metadata, right? It's not vectorized or anything. Like, as in cval1 and cval2 aren't a vector in the FITS header, right? You've got to do it all. You've got to type it all out manually, right?
I mean, and I guess, you would have to basically do all this in constructing the new WCS anyway.
Yes. Like, is this basically just uploading this process onto the user? Is that actually all that's doing?
Well, no, like,
As in, like,
That's
writing
not-
the new WCS?
that's not what I was thinking. Like, we wouldn't ask someone like, oh, if you want to rotate a map, construct your new WCS and pass it in. It would be like, this would just be like a wrapper around that. But I actually this discussion I think has turned out to be maybe not so useful as I thought it was going to be in my mind. Because maybe it doesn't.
It's because you lost.
Yeah, yes. But like it doesn't really solve anything because you have to just construct the correct WCS anyway to tell reproject what to do. And if the hard part is constructing the WCS, then it's sort of moot.
All right, good. Put a pin in it.
Rotate in particular is, you can't write an 814 wrapper for rotate.
Why?
Because there's no concept of a rotation matrix in 814. A WCS that's 814 compliant could have a rotation matrix, an affine transform involved, or it could not.
Sure. But it doesn't have. Yeah, it doesn't have to.
And you can't you can't add one afterwards. Okay, so pixel to pixel takes 3.43 seconds, and reproject 2 takes 16.6. So it is definitely not the pixel to pixel.
It's the recording. Huh. I guess this is because in these cases the WCS is the pixel to pixel operation between the two WCS is relatively simple, but the arrays are quite large. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Let's have a look at what path we took through the transform matrix. HPC to HPC. Yeah, because it just uses the HPC to HPC loopback transformation.
Okay.
Pixel to pixel is quite quick.
Okay.
But that's still 3 odd seconds that reproject has to do that rotate doesn't.
Yeah, it's true.
Right. Because it doesn't have to create that mapping for every pixel.
Yeah. And there are a lot of pixels in 4K by 4K image, it turns out.
Quite a few, not too many.
16,
Okay, sorry, this was a useless digression.
Well, no, actually, we should write down somewhere that the disk
I do think that in the metadata refactored future, having a way of rotating your map metadata is a good idea.
I think also just showing people that that you can do that, because when you submap, like if you want to, let's say people like who prep an AA image,
reproject into a submap.
and if you reproject into a submap, it's way faster than 16 seconds. It's like
it
a few seconds.
reproject's performance is primarily governed by the size of the output space.
Yeah. So if your output like array is cropped to an active region that's only like 400 by 400 pixels, it's really, really fast, and it's going to be much more simple to like do that than rotate and then submap like every single.
And you can also stack all of your various rotation corrections, and you can choose how you want to handle.
And you can
your interpolation, how accurate you want to be, etc. etc.
Yeah.
God, I love Albert's SunPy coordinate transform debug logging. It's so nice.
William would like coffee.
Yes.
Also, has this already been done?
No.
Where the fuck is this then? Like this thing, because in
Slice low level WCS exists in upstream, but the unwrapper exists in NQ.
what exists in NDQ?
What exists in NQ?
I thought that this existed in NDQ. Yeah.
No, the slice low level WCS is the only wrapper that exists upstream. The other ones exist in NTQ.
Yes, that makes sense. So,
Unwrap.
right, yeah, okay, sure.
I will be back in an hour and a half.
Ursula.
Okay.
Oh, if somebody arrives, okay.
You're in charge.
Okay. What about the power?
Great power comes great confusion.
Put it on the board.
I do remember what it was.
Yeah.
I just have images that battery up.
Is there-
In your place, you're queen more powerful.
Question about, maybe actually I'll ask.
What?
I'll ask after coffee.
So you mean this until this mean this to and make sure.
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
That's the one.
Oh, this looks a mother.
Crop by values versus crop.
Crop takes high-level objects like sky chords, values takes arrays, or maybe quantities.
Okay.
The same as the difference between pixel to world and pixel to world values.
On the docs, it says crop using real world coordinates, crop by values, crop using real world coordinates. Very cute.
Does it say anything
I mean,
after that?
It's both those statements are technically true.
No,
But yes,
yeah,
not helpful.
I guess it's like, I guess in the crop by values, you can also pass using.
Yeah, if you want to change that
Yeah,
PFLOG, you
Yeah.
can like merge that pretty much straight away.
yeah.
Oh, key. Makes sense.
Yeah. I'm just,
I don't know anymore. I don't know.
another feeling. What I came to realize is I never actually knew it to start with.
Oh yeah, no, I fully
Didn't know
accepted
it.
that. I've known that for a long time.
Did someone merge my tidy tests?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think so.
All right, great,
Yeah, still did.
fantastic.
Someone merged my out of context.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only things open on the queue about the ASTIF stuff, the UFUNC stuff.
We should have a think about whether we just need to close that UFUNC PR. I'm kind of skeptical that it's a thing that should exist.
I don't want to think about UFUNCs, so I'll just close it right now.
Think about GU funcs, even more UE.
Closed. Beautiful.
I'm imposing it now.
To be fair, this involves maybe you should close the original issue as well, as not planned. He wasn't adding it for fun, he was adding.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, maybe. We need to think about it. Yeah,
Right, I'm going to put a comment there saying pleasure to edit. He was the one that did the ASTIF stuff, right? Yeah, okay, then I can't comment.
Okay, let's.
Never.
Why is this so?
What is it?
Yeah, I don't know.
What are you working on, Phil?
The most pointless thing that exists. I am, instead of working on what you told me to work on, I am having fun improving the logic about finding the files of the versions based on the file name in the script instead.
Sorry, again?
I was worried the current logic was skipping too many file names and not parsing the versions correctly.
Too many file names? For
Yeah.
what? What are you talking about? What?
Pipeline. For each package, getting the version. So now I'm only checking if, I'm only now checking.
Dealing with any file name, surely you just ask PyPI for versions, not files.
Well, that's what you wrote.
I'm an idiot.
Well, the thing is, I'm stupid.
Can I just get the versions? Because the return, what the return
The thing you need
does,
to know about me is I really know.
you're doing a request, simple
Why are you,
package.
why are you going on?
So if you yeah, I should check the PyPI API. The URL returns for that package all of the versions, and in that, actually, are there keys? Are those keys in the, Is that what I think it is? What is it in the response? fucking moron. It's right there.
What?
So your original logic was,
Have you just proven that I'm an idiot?
well, I'm an idiot for not thinking to check the original response. So I was improving the file name parsing logic. Going, okay, how many splits, how many dots do I need?
Oh, God.
And I basically got there, but I just checked the JSON response, and the versions are just a separate key.
Yeah, I thought it might be. As soon as you said that to me, I was like, surely that can't be right. But of course, I didn't think of this before.
So I can just delete, I think, all of this. I don't think we even need the try block. Actually, is that true? Could you, in theory, upload a version to PyPy where the version is so fucked up that packaging would not fuzz?
No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure the PyPI verifies it like that on upload.
Let's find out.
Let's find out. Check key.
Oh, that's why you need it. Right, I need both. Because the version doesn't say the logics. What's missing is the upload time of the version. So you have the versions, we don't have the upload time. You have to. That's why, no, so that's why I use the files. Because you need the upload time. So actually, I'm just going to do that anyway.
In that case, hang on, wait, hang on. Can you not get the files for a specific version?
I can't. Right now, I would need to get back to you. My answer is no. You return, the response.keys returns files meta, what's in meta? Name and versions. Versions is just all of the versions on PyPI with no other information. Files is the file name of the upload without the version and the URL and the size. And some of the other metadata that you don't really care about. Yeah, in the file, it does not, for each file, it does not append the version to the metadata. So you have to, yeah. No, okay, no, you're correct. Your way is the way. Your way is the way.
My horrible file name parsing.
That's fine. I've made it worse.
Surprised you can't get the.
I mean, okay, well, I'm in naive.
File name.
Oh,
for-
actually, no, naive. No. Is that worth doing? If I were to pull out all of the versions, loop over the files, match the version string in the thing, append the upload. How do you deal with the upload? The release date? You do the release date there. Maybe that would be easier than the file. That way, does that logic make sense? It's silly. Quit. Die. Thank you.
Right, while I let the test suite run, I'm going to go get myself a coffee.
Why is that not? Dash. Split. Split the file. Which one to do that overall? So the image. Two things. The glimmer is the same. This is the Oh, you son of a fucking bitch, Glimmer. Fuck. Okay. That's a spicier mid-wall. Let's do that. A spicier mid-wall. Let's see. Fine, that's okay. Glimmer.
Now it's starting important bit.
All right, so
Yeah.
shall we, that's very interesting, Albert. Shall we move on to Laura, since this is actually your time?
Oh, yeah, no.
Laura opened an issue on core about this. We should probably take this discussion there because
Yeah.
we need to figure it out for the ND cube map refactor. Because if we don't do anything, the behavior is going to change. The submap behavior will change.
Well, since we don't seem to be clear what the submap behavior is.
Well, I can tell you what the submap behavior is that it includes both, but it's kind of wrong. I don't think that's right anyway.
No, it doesn't include both.
It goes up one more. No,
No,
it does.
no, it doesn't. It's exclusive. The ND cube one is inclusive.
Wait,
Let's,
Okay, apparently we don't know what's up. Let's moving on.
yeah, let's do what Laura wants to talk about.
What do I want to I should join the call. Okay. This is moving slightly different. Okay, so I guess the discussion now is based on talking about sustainability and governance of the SunPy project. And we started talking about this at lunch and we had some good ideas, but I think maybe these are, again, I haven't really prepared much. This is just some thoughts. I think if we can talk about governance in a minute, but just in terms of sustainability and engagement with the community, I think we really, really, really need to get more maintainers on the project and people involved in the project. And what I mean by that is like people who have a really good handle on what is in core and is regularly talking with us, right? So they kind of have these conversations, right? Because we're not getting any younger, but there hasn't been like a new influx of people in a long time, right? And there's probably specific reasons for that, right? The barrier to entry is really hard, but I say this all the time to students, like, you should get involved in SunPy. And they're like, what does that mean? That's really hard to do. And obviously what we're doing is not, because it takes time, right? So I guess the question is what we want. How do we do that? That's one thing we need to talk about. And how do we reach out to the community in general to, I think a lot of it could also be a better, I say paper here, it's funny, but like public appearances of like what SunPy is. And maybe we need to do like a PR show of like, be more involved of it being a person, because I think people are more likely to come up and ask somebody for help or get involved that way. But just something to think about. I think in terms of getting people involved, it's not just on core, we need more people getting involved in the affiliated packages. And we've had a little bit of that with SunPy, which is some good magic, whatever you say. But how do we kind of get people to have ownership over some affiliated packages and grow with them? And kind of sustain and some grow some of these packages. Some of them are kind of stagnant, and some of them we know what we want to do, but just nobody has the time to actually do it. And then specifically with lots of people, like instrument teams and science teams, like people are writing their user tools now in Python, but they're not necessarily engaging too late, right? They've written all their code and they're like, now I want it to work in SunPy, and it doesn't necessarily work that way. So I guess it's like two things of people, going back and rewriting IDL code into Python, and then also getting in on new missions to be like, hey, look, this is how you can start off like that. And I think it seems to be what's working the best is that if there's somebody already involved in SunPy at an institute, then it gets going that way, right? But how do we make that work in a better way as a project? And I guess I know what some ideas like how we can do this. I guess again, barrier to entry is hard. What does get involved look like? Can we have some ideas? I guess thinking forward from this discussion of how do we get people involved? Is it look through our code base, break things? But most people that we kind of want involved are also scientists that are just using the software, right? So how do we kind of make it attractive in that way? I guess I think from the pure thing, of course, maybe we need to be better at like LinkedIn posting, like the solar physics, like academic community is using that a lot. So maybe we need to be more up to date and be on top of that. And this can be cross-posting across all our platforms. And I think there's actually some value. We kind of did this a lot in the past of at conferences actually submitting a SunPy talk, right? I mean, like, hey, updates in SunPy in the past 6 months, or a cool thing you can do with SunPy, or again, but the problem is this sustainability, right? There's not that many of us to do this, and if we kind of grow and give people ownership of SunPy to say, hey, you should submit a talk on SunPy, you know it well, go with that. And again, make sure we have exposure at conferences. So again, the problem is people, a number of people, but just as something to think about. What I wrote here is, do we need guidelines of getting involved in SunPy? And I think I've had lots of people, especially in the solar orbiter community, ask me of like, well, what are the standards, or how do I get involved, or what are the first steps? And we don't necessarily have a place to point people, right? We have lots of nice documentation, but I don't even know what this would look like yet, but how do we, is there some way that a software team is trying to start and they don't necessarily have to email me and I say, oh, you should just show up at one of our Wednesday calls, but we have kind of a way to kind of get involved in a more procedure manner if they want to. I don't know. Something we talked about, I'll shut up in a minute when we talk about this. I'm just going to go through. Sustainability, I think, the good way to start is start them young. But students coming in, they have a real opportunity to kind of get in from the ground. GSOC has worked well for a few years, but not necessarily in the last few years. And maybe one thing we could really leverage is, specifically in Europe, there's a lot of, and actually in India now as well, there's a lot of students who are doing their undergraduate and master's projects using SunPy, and say finish in their master's in whatever May. And they should be the specific people we should target maybe for GSOC and have kind of a solar specific project that can be documentation, you're writing support for another instrument. And then this could maybe lead into somebody that's going to stick around, right? They might do their PhD in solar physics or something related. We've done something with summer schools. Last year I did, I think, 3 summer schools. I think Stuart, you did one as well, maybe 1 or 2, which is really good. And it's actually good to see the students. I've seen them at more conferences now, and they're using SunPy and they always come up and say hello. Maybe we need to be more strategic, and again, have documentation material that it's an easier thing to run a summer school, because you can just say, oh, grand, I have that material already. Let's go with it. And something I was thinking about last night, I was like, again, this is a lot of work, but just thinking big picture, value in having like a SunPy specific summer school, right? And it's kind of more software thing. Maybe we could do a software carpentry side of stuff as well. And this could be for students, but also be for postdocs or early careers or anyone. And one day could be specific to how to actually get involved and write software in a sustainable way. I don't know, just food for thought. And this is something that I think with NumFocus we could kind of lean on how we get some money for this. We're talking about education. Anyway, we can talk about that. Really sustainability and kind of growing as a project within the solar physics community, but then like growing as a package in terms of software. I guess, are we slowly just becoming PyAC in terms of things that we support, or a lot of things in the heliosphere? But generally, we're doing amazing, but I think a lot of instruments that aren't supported, and that's not on us to go and fix that, but how do we get people to come into the ecosystem and write their specific NRH thing to within this, and how do we do that? So again, these are not solutions; these are just a load of random thoughts. But I'd be interested to hear what people have to say about that. Why aren't we not? Why is there not more? Why are we the same coordination meeting every year? The same people in the room, right? What are we doing wrong to get new people in?
I would say that the thing that we were discussing in the what was it? I've forgotten the word.
the park?
No.
The pub.
Yesterday evening, the document that we wrote, roadmap. Thank you. Oh, I forgot the roadmap that I had. Like, I think there was a section at the top on like lessons and teaching where SunPy wanted to be. And I actually think that a lot of what you mentioned about summer schools there, I actually think that is kind of fundamental to SunPy going forward. Like if we're not, I don't know about you guys, I really struggle to learn from somebody over a video call, or like I really struggle reading through documentation. And I think fundamental human contact is kind of a requirement for getting somebody like in a circle like this. I think it's unusual for people to like get massively engaged purely through the internet. I know it happens plenty, but like I'd say that it's not an efficient conversion rate. Do you know what I'm
Yeah,
myself, right?
Yeah.
You have to, at some cadence, like put like a face to it.
Yeah.
Like,
And so like, I know I've run a couple of well, at least Python and astrophysics, SunPy and astrophysics summer schools back when I was doing my PhD, and they were really quite successful. But then I left because academia, it was an interesting situation. And the thing I was most sad about when I left was that I didn't get to keep doing those summer schools. I think probably the best way to convert people who are going to be regularly coming back are those people who are going to be using. I think doing it with literal face-to-face is probably going to be the like most efficient conversion rate.
Yeah.
Time sync, even if it's also actually a really high bar for in terms of work on our side. Like I'm putting a summer school on and getting all like.
Yeah, I think some of the problems is that like, we have material for this, and I know lots of postdocs and PhD students that are really competent in SunPy and know how to use it really well and regularly use it in their day-to-day and could give a tutorial to somebody else, but don't feel like they have ownership in a sense to do that, right? And maybe it's on us to be like, you should go and give us some project, or we ask them to do it and be like, here's some material. And then people be like, oh, I can be involved, right? I think it is a bit of a imposter syndrome, like, I'm not good enough to give us some tutorial. It's like, no, you're more than capable, and you're actually probably better to do it because you're using it on a day-to-day basis. Because I don't think we all in this room do not have time to go and create, maybe we can help write some notebooks, but we can't spend a week at a summer school. There's several summer schools a year and conferences and everything. How do we, because I think you're dead right, everything you said is correct, it's just more we don't have the capacity to do that.
No.
And how do we get people to contribute to that?
Something very related is, I think, the mindset of a PhD student, unless I've said this so many times for years, that you need to do this, the supervisors, because that's who they take instruction from. And if the mindset of the student is halfway through the PhD, whatever, they're a SunPy user, SunPy is a tool and I use it. And when it does something I can't, when it doesn't do something, I work around it, rather than when it doesn't do something, I contribute to it.
Yeah.
I suspect there'll be loads of people out there, loads of PhD students that use SunPy to do basic stuff, and then they're extracting the data array or something like that because they want to do some kind of operation, or they're not using some kind of magic to do that. But because in their heads, it's a static tool, and they are a user of that tool. They're not,
Yeah, I do think there's definitely a thing where they think SunPy is like this big organization in the sky that are really competent, but if they saw us in the room earlier to do the pixel thing, they would realize that that's not the case, right? We are deciding we're all stupid. But like, I don't know, how do we make that, and maybe it is just literally writing to a supervisor and a PhD student that we know are really, really good at SunPy and using it really smartly with magic, SunPy magic, inviting them to come and give a tutorial to somebody else, right? Maybe that's the way into. I think the barrier to entry is people think they're not good enough to be involved, and that's crazy. And I'm doing myself in that. I remember it was really sitting down with you, Danny, and being like, open that door. Do you think you really need someone in the room to be like, do it?
And I would say is not that they are not good enough, but also that they don't think what they're doing is worth it.
Yeah.
Like as a like no one, because we have this mentality of, oh, what I'm doing is so unique that no one else will want to do something like me.
Yeah.
So they are not sharing that either.
Yeah.
There's no point making upstream
Yeah.
contributions because this is my hack for me to do my specific thing.
Yeah.
So a while ago, I was thinking of having like a SunPying website, like to post things like could be like artists, like the sun with the sun that you got inside, like share that thing, share that sun with the sun inside.
Yeah.
As a silly like artistic things, and the script, and put it there for people to do things, or something more sophisticated, like you can want to make a funny image for a poster and just combining all the wavelength and having these things not as examples for learning, but as a
show how crazy you
crazy thing that we put in the chat all the time, but like submitting, and that may lower the barrier of people to publish something.
Yeah, and we have a place for that, right? We have the Discourse showcase. Could be showcase.
Yeah, I know.
But it's people don't. Maybe it's a matter again of like when you make an active effort to like
showcase something like
crazy thing. Yeah,
just showing something cool, like something.
I know.
Not a silly mistake.
Yeah. I know. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I was putting myself back in my PhD, thinking, okay, back then it was SolarSoft. I never even look at how to use SolarSoft. I was like, someone is giving me the thing, I use it.
Yeah.
It doesn't work, as you were saying. Work around with this thing, like, and mostly, well, my supervisor was using SolarSoft, well, pretending, but it was not. Yeah, maybe the supervisors like, you can contribute that back. You can do things and
But so just maybe to.
I have also.
Oh, sorry, please go ahead.
So you know that for each instrument, the instruments have own package or software. So I think that you need to reflect also how we make the link or bridge between our own package or software with SunPy, and how we added our package in SunPy, and how we can retry the benefit from SunPy for our instrument. So I think that we need to have this reflection how people can use the software package with SunPy, and how we can use directly. Example, just to have a tutorial in the beginning, how we use the SunPy, how we can add instrument in SunPy, of course, and also if there is, I don't know, if there is possibility to have link between the package that we developed and your SunPy.
And
because I know that for us, we have our package. I know for RPW, also there are a lot of software with the RPW. It is for some, but we don't use SunPy. So I think that we should also have this reflection how to make the link between the packages.
And do you think, like, from there, I guess we don't necessarily have, like, do you think a web page where it's like 101 how to get started with SunPy as an instrument team, right? How do you get in contact? Like, would that be, that's kind of what you're looking for? Or I don't know.
This is the first. And also, if we have our package, how we can adapt our package to use it by the SunPy team or community, how we can use it.
So is that, going back to what Sam was saying, is this something like it's something that is on the website, put this information, or is actually running a Python for Astronomy event again and having them like in the place and saying, okay, let's move this forward? Is that something that we can do online, or is that something that we need to be in person? Like, what is the need here?
The beginning, we can begin with the website, and after, of course, that contact the person.
Yeah, but will the people read the website? That's my doubt. Like,
but at least it's like, I mean, maybe
people not reading documentation, there's only so much you can do about that at some point, right? At some point, you have to accept defeat if they're not going to read the documentation. There's nothing we can do about it.
No, but if your goal is this documentation exists to get more people involved.
This facilitates the people that join SunPy.
It's like,
so if you have, of course, all documentation on the website, but you lose the time to find the exact information. So at the end, I develop my own package and I don't use SunPy. So it's also the idea how to present SunPy.
We need a tour.
It's like it's like when you're landing. Like, we don't necessarily have a page for what you design, right? Of like, this is what you want to do, this is stop it. Like, very basic of like how to even get. I mean, we have how you get in contact, of course, but like specifically maybe for instrument packages. And I mean, it would be great if in an ideal world we had like a SunPy consultant, right, that they could go and work with you guys for like a week.
Yeah, that's
And
kind
then-
of, that's what we need a kind of a tour of having people going to somewhere else.
Oh, yeah.
Like, and touring like different places and getting that promoted.
Nominally, some of our OSTOFL funding for the first round was for me to do that. I mean, we had, obviously some engagement like with AIA team and with the XRT team, but like a sort of systematic way of approaching like multiple groups never really materialized.
Yeah. But like, there are two really good examples of it working really well, right?
Yeah. Working.
Yeah, okay.
Well.
But compared to what, like, if you weren't there, right?
Yeah.
You almost, it's kind of going back to the thing you said we can do. It almost involves someone at the summer schools.
Yeah.
Because your UP students coming in, and it needs someone at the summer schools to give that 90 minutes or 45 minutes or whatever on SunPy as an organic project that you can use for your work. You can adapt for your work. You can collaborate with other people in the community. And how are we going to get people to do that? Except by inviting other people that we know to be, like as you said, that we know to be users that are going to these summer schools, like people that give lectures, the SCFC instruction to social physics summer school held every year. There needs to be someone traveling to that every year to talk specifically about SunPy.
It doesn't need to be the same person.
It doesn't need to be the same person. It needs to be someone going.
Exactly.
And if you've got someone, I don't know, Natasha Jeffrey or Lindsay Fletcher, someone that uses SunPy, Ian Hannah, those kind of people that might be going anyway, they need to be giving a talk about SunPy.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's like literally just telling people. I think that's going to actively.
We need to reach out to all these people we know that give these introductory
Yeah.
talks. And that's just like, that only solves it for the UK, because the same has to happen in America and potentially in Europe as well. But we're even more disconnected from the community. And
I think right now we actually need to actively go and grab some early career postdocs that we know are well capable of being in this room, but just aren't here for whatever. Right.
And we need to also grab the organisers of that year's summer schools and say, we need you to invite these people.
Yeah, for sure. But I think the summer school thing, there's like one issue with this is that and Stuart, you probably, I don't know what your thoughts on this, but like a lot of times when you go to summer schools, they're first year PhD students who don't know the Rs from Rebel, right? And you're like, all they want to do is be like, how do I plot my data, right? Yeah. It's so far removed from what we're doing. It's almost like we need to grab people when they know how to do most things and they have really random specific.
Well, there is. Again, it's very UK specific, but there is the second year one as well.
Yeah, but it's
the
also
thing
like
that I tried to
yeah.
beat into the people at the UK Intro Summer School last time I did it was that we will help you, right? Like if you come and ask us questions, you will nerd snipe Albert into not doing his job for 2 hours, and he will help you fix your weird problem, right? Yeah. And like. I really like, I did that, like, I had like an hour's talk or something, and I said that like 3 times. I was like, seriously, there's loads of places you can come and ask us for questions and help. Yeah.
There's just one slide and it's just contact us.
Yeah, it's just
all the way.
I did it like a few times. I did it. You can do it here, you do it here, you do it here. We will just, we don't like our jobs. We'll do yours instead for an hour. Like literally, and to my knowledge, none of them have. And at that point, like, what can you do? It just
everybody open up. Install the
you
element,
get into
and everyone say hello on the SunPy channel.
You get into the territory of teaching. When you teach for 10 weeks something, and then at 10 weeks they say, "Oh, how do I install Git?" Like, wait, that was the first week. We've been using Git the whole semester. So you're talking about 1 hour thing, and that.
I mean,
so we need to find other ways. We need to keep doing that, but there's other ways of how to get them involved. And I think that what Alistair was saying, like if the supervisor told them, go and ask in SunPy, because they will say, "Oh, I have been having a problem. I don't do the thing." Like, "Oh, well, try something around." No, go and ask in SunPy. So that's where we need.
Yeah, so I always thought is that the people that need to tell is the supervisors, because no one's going to take initiative. Yeah, they're told this is what you do. If you've got a problem with your data, you ask the SunPy people.
Well, to be fair, like I definitely, like myself and Jane, right, like, and as you know, like even people like that, we both work on this, we have a Slack channel with Dias and Python questions, some Python questions are asked all the time, we just answering that, right?
Yeah.
I think people are more likely, and I get emails all the time, even though I say, always ask this thing, how do I do this specific thing? People like, I don't know what it is, like we're obviously doing, people like asking.
That's their friends.
And we all know each other on the
Yeah.
SunPy element chat, so we're like.
But then if they know someone, you're like, oh, they know that like, okay, Laura knows, she does SunPy stuff, like, so I'll email her, right?
Do we need
Rather
to
than-
be disciplined in saying, this is a great question, I would like to answer this on the SunPy channel, can you copy and paste this into
But then you
like-
also don't want people to not ask, I don't know, yeah.
So no, you don't sort of be snarky about it,
Yeah,
but like say, this is great, thanks so much for this question, like, I think other people will be interested in it, could you copy and
Well,
paste this?
but the
as
element
is?
doesn't really work for that, though, does it? I get the principle, but the element's not. People don't scroll back through the conversation.
No, I think
If you're going to do that, the answer is discourse.
Yeah.
No, but I don't mean that, I mean, just like as a nice
Doesn't
way
confuse
of,
with-
of them posting on the element channel so that Laura
Yeah,
can
because
ask the
they're
question, so
shy
then
of
they'll-
asking publicly.
Exactly,
So at least,
that's story.
if you
is
do
that
that,
them
they've logged
doing it.
in, and maybe next time they'll ask their questions the first time round.
That's what I'm getting at.
But I think as well, again, it's just like, there's an element of it, of like also just, like having a face to what
Yeah.
sometimes, right? And I
Yeah.
think sometimes people go like, oh, well, like they know it, I'll ask that.
Unfortunately, it's this one.
I was-
No, that's not.
Yeah, it's not like that, not even like that, they're just people, right? You know, I think that's.
How often when you are answering a question on the channel, do you actually like jump onto a Jitsi call with them?
Zero.
Zero? It might.
How many times do we get a question?
Yeah, I suppose it's valid. But like, I would say a good approach would be if somebody comes and asks a question, rather than doing it via text, doing it via a video call,
Which you can do on element.
which you can do on it theoretically. But yes, you can do it through a video call, because that way you put a face to yourself and you're not just some words. And like, I realize that what then doesn't happen is it doesn't get your answer on the
Which isn't the main thing.
Which doesn't matter, in Magic doesn't matter, right? Because
No.
you don't use that as a
Yeah,
history.
exactly.
thread.
So I would say if somebody comes in asking questions, I think like if you have the time to be like, or just finding one of us who has a spare hour to jump on a call and literally exchange words with them and get to know them, I think it might help just break
Yeah, but I think.
a literal barrier down.
Absolutely, but I feel like we don't even have someone come to ask.
No, I
right?
know,
You know,
yeah.
It's like yeah, but I don't know. Like maybe it is. We just have to grab some people in other. It make like, you know, who's in what institute and kind of.
What do you think the cause of this, like this sort of halt in progression, like after
Well, actually,
like your
yeah.
generation or whatever?
I do also think it's a lot harder to change something on main now. And there's a lot less that's evolving quickly, right? And maybe it's something we need to actively look at some of our affiliated packages and low-hanging fruit that's kind of easier to.
Yeah, I think we should go towards it.
Yeah.
There's been some X-ray people. I know there was Edward or someone had an X-ray person that wrote tons for Spec Ed.
Oh, so, no, and that's really
Chris,
active. And there are
yeah.
young people that are.
Yeah,
doing that,
like so. I think it is. I think you're right. I think it's much easier for someone to get involved in those affiliate packages. But SOAR as well. Have you had people contribute to SOAR? Because you think it might be if you've got a PhD student on Solar Orbiter that they might be able to contribute.
Well,
to SOAR.
I think if we had a solar orbiter specific Python tools thing, you're kind of starting like that. Maybe the SOAR is.
It's also
just data access. Really.
It's also a lot more abstract and like not really science. Like whereas like
It's more computer
yeah,
science.
like SunGit specs, like it has that. I mean, that's a great example. Of, like there's a ton of people that are really involved in that project that are not in this room.
Yeah.
Right. In fact, like a lot of the people that are really actively working on it are all PhD students. In
It's a case of this like the system or the ecosystem working, but this meeting not working, in the sense of.
Well, how many maintainers have been added in the last 5 years?
To what?
To SunPy, to any of the packages.
Oh, to any.
Well, all the SunKit specs, I suppose.
You're
Yeah.
asking me a question that I don't think I have an easy way to answer.
No, but is it more than 5? Probably.
Yeah, if you included all the affiliated packages, probably.
Because that's not that bad.
Jam,
It's just
Jan and Sam Badman
up to
on
the Magex. Yeah.
Yeah.
to Chris, whoever else we added to specs. I can look it up and on.
But they're great. Like that's SunGit specs is a great example because they're doing that because they want to use
Charlie
the
and
software,
Jane.
and Shane is like
William.
really helping them with like
Yeah.
how the whole work process goes.
And they're
like,
all invested in it.
And they're all
too.
invested
They
in it,
like
right?
fully bought it.
yeah,
Because
and
that's
they-
what it has to be. It has to be it has to be someone in their chain of command saying that you should be sharing your code
No,
to
but,
help others.
but I don't even think it's that, right? Because I think most people now are willing to share their code, they just don't know how.
Mhm.
And I think with that, it was like they were given like ownership. They were like, you need
Yeah.
to do that. If
Yeah.
you want that to work, you need to do it. And I think that was really like now, if you look, if we go to that, like they own, like they are running
Yeah.
that, they're having their own meetings.
Yeah, because that used to be us and it's
Yeah,
not us
yeah,
anymore.
yeah.
And it's a group of like people that are basically all the same institution, more or less.
Yeah.
It's all people in
Yeah.
Glasgow and people in Minnesota.
Yeah.
And then
And then-
Shane, obviously.
Yeah, so
Yes. But like the younger people, I think are
And that
largely
was, yeah.
in Minnesota. And so like they have all each other to like bounce ideas
Yeah.
off. So it's like they're an in-person, they're kind of like their own like mini in-person community, which I think is sort of going back to this point we were talking about, like they have a face to put to a name. It's not just like, they're not just contributing like sort of blindly to this, I don't know, anonymous collective of people on the internet, right?
But when you look at the list on the roadmap, how much of that was realistically doable by someone?
well, by definition, no.
Roadmap, that was not
Because-
realistic, though.
But
We say,
Yeah,
roadmap
right.
is not realistic.
Right, by definition, that's not, there shouldn't be anything.
Yeah,
on that.
exactly.
But
So
no,
how does someone contribute to SunPy
Yeah,
if there's nothing that they can do?
but no, but I think it's a problem of we don't have that many people who have really good handles on the code base.
Yeah.
And I think that's that's even if they just contribute, would they just know that really well?
So I came in later in my career to
Yeah.
SunPy. Like I'd finished my PhD for 4 or 5 years before I contributed at all to SunPy. And it came from a unique circumstance in the sense that I was trying to make SunPy do a bunch of stuff that it couldn't do. Or it did.
that's how I got into it.
Yeah, and
Were you working with Shane?
exactly,
Okay,
exactly.
yeah.
And I was working with Shane, and therefore it became this, the assumed thing that changes be put in upstream. So even a lot of them weren't actually, mostly.
What do we need to train people? So, okay, the other question that you were saying, Laura, was maintainers. What do we need to train people as maintainers? Look at it from a point of view of training, or what they need to know before they become a
Wasn't that a bit too far along? I was still just talking about getting contributors, right? Isn't it?
No, but it was because of the two things. And
Are you thinking that a maintainer is not a person who is contributing new code? They are literally, they know the code base well, and they
Yeah,
are a guy.
not contributors, maintainers.
Yeah, okay,
Somebody who has commit access.
yeah.
I guess that, the actual people that you want are just contributors. The maintainer will come.
Well,
Right.
I guess.
Yeah, I feel,
Merge out of
I kind of agree.
Yeah.
I feel like we haven't got as far as
Sorry.
getting.
Yeah, but I'm looking maybe
Right.
way backwards and saying, okay, as a maintainer, what do we need?
Well, because I think that's actually more clearly defined. Is if someone's there and they've contributed to SunPy and they're willing to review PRs and talk about the project direction, then they can be made a maintainer. And that's not as important a distinction. Just we want people to help out.
Right.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so building from so maintainer, you would say someone who is willing, given the time, to review all the pull requests.
Yeah.
And understand the base.
Yeah.
To a certain level.
But a contributor doesn't necessarily have to understand the code base. They just have to
Yes,
want SunPy
yes.
to do something that it can't do, or fix a bug in it that they've encountered in their line of work.
Right.
It's like how we all got involved.
Yeah.
It's like we wanted to do a thing, the thing wasn't there or was only half there, and so we just started, either asking questions or.
Need to
trying
refuse.
Rotate a map. Just to put this in context for everybody.
Guys, I fixed this bug. I fixed this bug in SunPy. It's upside down. HMI is upside down, so I've submitted a PR to turn HMI the right way up. It's basically,
It's a lot of we did have this. I mean, I don't even know if it's still there. Like a new, what was the title? A newcomer helper or a new.
Newcomer's guide.
No, like somebody who would like someone's
mental,
like
like newcomer.
Yeah, yeah,
newcomer
yeah.
render would say you want to open a pull request. Somebody would literally again, it'd be great if someone could sit down beside you, wouldn't necessarily have that at your institute, but like somebody could.
need to refuse bugs with rule.
They have
Say fix it yourself,
Yeah.
and then we'll merge your PR.
Yeah.
But then
Yeah.
of course they won't
Yeah.
go for that. So
Then no to their own
exactly,
thing.
let's do their own thing.
Yeah.
So,
Also,
okay,
we should
so
take Connor off.
from what,
He's not
from
doing
what
that
you're saying, what I'm sort of maybe reading between the lines, there are a few things that have changed in the last recent years. Firstly, there are fewer people coming through. That might be to do with the fact that at least core is more mature, and so it's harder to just coming off the street with not much experience or knowledge and
You're not even
do that.
getting bug reports though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just so many bugs in there. How many have we found in the last 2 days alone?
Yeah, or like even not even a bug, but like unexpected behavior or something being unclear. Like that would be really good to get.
Yeah,
Maybe that's again. I know we keep saying it at
Yeah,
random meetings, but we need to be maybe more. And like you've been really good down at being like, you're student, like you should raise it as an issue. Like I'll sit down with you, do it now.
Yeah.
Like that is a first overcome barrier to entry and be like, that's contributing.
But okay, there's been a whole generation that's come through during the pandemic that haven't gone through like a lot of meetings, who haven't developed a lot of relationships. And also I don't think, I mean, I could just have not had my eyes open recently, but I don't know if we as a project have been nearly as visible at those gatherings or as active at those gatherings as we were 5-7 years ago.
A lot of people, there's people moving on. Is like first of all, people getting older, but also I think people have moved on and are still involved in SunPy, but they're not really like we've got like a Perry and stuff like that. They're not going to conferences. I don't know. David's wasn't, but now has gone.
So if we identified part of the problem that
yeah, exactly,
we're not establishing,
and if you're not bringing in fresh blood that are going to these things, then you're losing. Like it kind of circles all the way back to what Laura said right at the start, and that you have to get people that are willing to talk about SunPy at these conferences, because if we're not going to them, then.
Yeah.
So do you feel that's kind of the obvious, as opposed to saying, oh, we need other people to do this, we need other people to do that, whether it's like advisors or whatever, what can we do? Because we can't control that. We need to, I don't know, like get to more, like have summer schools trying to figure out.
Yeah,
how
this
to
would
do
definitely, you
that,
have
or-
to just recruit these people that aren't in this room and say, we need you to introduce young people to SunPy, even if it's a case
Right,
of,
like-
even if it's a case of you need to be talking to these people because they're providing an immense tool that can do a lot of stuff for you, and if it can't do it, it can be made to do it. And so you need to talk to them on Discourse and Element, or whatever Matrix.
To whom? To the advisors?
It doesn't have to be advisors. It just has to be people at these conferences that are willing to talk about
Right.
SunPy.
So we need more SunPy. We need more beers and pizza.
Advocates.
SunPy beers
Yeah,
and pizza.
advocates is the perfect word for it.
SunPy advocates.
Yeah.
Because there needs to be at these summer schools and these conferences, people that have a little SunPy stand where you can go and talk to them.
But we have been doing that. We've been doing that for fucking ever, right? And it hasn't made that much of a difference. Like I think it did.
But each one
Really?
person though is a big thing. Like each one person.
I just don't. That's not like.
But why they don't
Like,
why they don't connect there? One thing I was just saying, I say like people when they run the code don't submit bugs because they believe the code.
Yeah.
They trust that so much that if something's wrong, they think they're wrong.
Yeah.
If someone tries to submap on a pixel boundary and they get back a 2x2 grid when they expected a 1x1 grid, they go, oh, I get back a 2x2 grid.
Yeah.
I'll just make it to 0.49999 instead. And then they move on with their day. They don't submit a bug like, oh, is this working as intended?
Yeah.
So maybe we need like
that's the correct
like a
thing to do.
flag saying
Yes, right.
maybe the code is wrong. So
Yeah.
sometimes open as ourselves, like we might be wrong. Like don't try, because as a PhD student, you will believe everything that is, even as a postdoc and a professor, they will believe the code. The code is perfect. And I see that every day because so what is my boss saying? A standard input 0, reasonable output. That's a problem because that seems okay, but you're wrong, right? So how we convince them that they can ask questions because of that, and that opens that door. But I don't have the key for that.
But I think at this stage we want solutions at this part of the discussion, right, rather than questions, because we definitely identified a lot of good ones.
Like I think Will is dead right. I think what we are doing currently and what we have been doing, it's not working anymore. And I think what was maybe a bit wrong, but like for years it was like, use somebody, look, it's great, it works, still all these things, and we're really promoting it. And now it's like a very different message we're trying to send, right? And it's like we need to just change what we're doing and do something, get our ducks in a row, be tactical about it. We just need to change what we're doing. And how do we do that without just being like us again at SPD being like, hey, come to the SunPy stand, like people aren't.
So the other thing I can think of is what we saw Kubernetes does, have like path for people to get part of the community. So we got Stuart defined certain roles. Do we need more roles? And with those roles, if they get, am I a official SunPy advocate or something that they can put in a CV, they will be not only move for their contribution to the code, but also because there's something that they can get out of it for their future role in some other company.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
promote those roles.
And a good example of that is like we have lots of people now that are now project custodians, right?
Yeah.
Which we know we like actively ask them to like nominate or renominate themselves because we know that they were very good, custodians of the project, and maybe we need to be more active in like now that you're a project custodian, you should be wearing a SunPy badge, and you have again it's this ownership of
how we put. So what are you now?
Me?
What is your role now?
And SunPy.
Yeah.
On the steering committee.
Okay.
Yeah.
How are you selling that on LinkedIn?
No.
Right. So we need to sell those things more.
And we've got a LinkedIn and lead developer.
Yeah, so we need to make more
That's
like how they can see, oh, I want to be that person.
Yeah, so maybe you do the branding thing of like, sorry, what you can
Do you know there's less people on this project custodian list than I expected actually?
Am I on?
Yeah.
I mean, but I think it can grow, right? But yeah, I think the project custodian is a good way to empower people and do it just that, like give them sort of like ownership over the project. The other thing I was going to say about like in terms of like presence at meetings, I think one thing, since I realize I'm being like really negative about like what we've been doing, but like I think one thing that really worked at SPD in Minneapolis, which was the 2023, was the office hours. And then I think Albert did them at the test meeting, which is effectively SPD the next year, and I think also had a really pretty positive experience. Like we all sat, I think most of us were at the Minneapolis meeting. Yeah. I think we sat in a room with people for like 3.5 hours at like basically constantly helping a bunch of people. I think it was like really good, like not just us talking at people and saying, oh, this is how you import math, but like actually trying to solve people's problems that they had, with like work that they were doing. Like they already knew how to use SunPy, like and Python.
So if we're doing that,
people come to that but don't ask.
Again, people just, it's like, it's very easy to be like formulating a question without looking like an idiot, right? It's like much harder when you're not in person. Because you're also showing vulnerability if you're like an open chat.
It's the same thing you're saying about the people asking on Slack instead of on Matrix, because you're speaking to people they know and are comfortable talking to, or something.
Also, people don't have
and then
15,000
it's like a pub night out, like
I mean,
at the venue.
to be honest, I'd rather people ask
social.
questions like that on Discord.
If you put free beer, the students will come.
The problem is we literally just don't have the people to organize this stuff, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's like we have all that would be amazing, but like tactically we cannot.
Yeah, what I think is NAM not literally on right now, and no one's there.
It's a few weeks.
Are you going?
I'm going to the Monday.
Is there a SunPy office hours?
The thing is with these meetings, right? I mean, for SPD, like it helps that like, of course, like, we a lot of times we know the people that are like organizing SPD, but it's like, like months ahead of time, it was, we made a plan. They're like, okay, at SPD, we're going to do this tutorial and then we're going to have these office hours. Like that was probably the most like put together we've been in a while. And we had like a critical mass of people there, which is why I think it works so well. Like when there's only like, 1 or 2 people at a meeting, it's a lot harder. Both for like the person who's doing it and also for just people that are wanting feedback to like have that engagement with people. And it just might be like at least on the US side, SPD rotates between being a standalone meeting like it was in Minneapolis, and then it's joined with effectively AGU, and then joint with AAS. And so it's only once every 3 years that we really even have. I mean, it can be done, but it's harder. But I guess my point just being, I think it works best when there's like more than one of us, especially for that kind of an interaction.
I think in terms of office hours, you probably hit something really vital there, which is you don't actually get much out of talking to a room versus like one-to-one.
Well, I think I keep going back to this meeting, but what we did was we did a tutorial on the Monday at lunch, which not that many people came to, but then we did the office hours on the Wednesday afternoon. There was like a free open afternoon. And I think it worked, that combination worked really well because we like talked at people and showed them this like pretty nice tutorial, like just demo. Like there wasn't a lot of back and forth. And then like people came to us later with questions about like what we had talked about. And then we're like, oh wait, I have this kind of problem that's sort of similar to what you showed. How can I do this, but like, you know, modified in this such and such way. And I think that was actually a really good combination of things. Like I think it's more like a presentation and then something that's much more. But again, like it does require a lot of like coordination and then a lot of work ahead of time.
Who's going to what meetings in the next 6
Well,
months?
this is what I'm saying. I think we need to, I'll put this on myself to do this, is like, we need to tactically, maybe we kind of did this before and then never followed through with it. We need to think, not even next 6 months, but the next 2 years, right? You can, there's a lot of meetings next year that are already planned. And like, we have a spreadsheet and we actively do that and say, okay, reach out now. And again, this is something that if we know the meetings, then we can go and ask people, like, ask Hannah, for example, to be like, hey, you're going to get this, you should go to that.
Yeah.
But that's like, maybe that's an action item that comes from this, is we need to get our ducks in a row. And maybe that's on the steering committee, you know, this is something that the steering committee can do, right? If we have to actively.
Do we, this is probably from left field, do we have the same degree of like sexy things to show than we used to relative to the audience?
I think more, right?
As in, okay, I'll tell you what's in my head when I'm asking that question,
Sorry.
and you can,
Yeah.
and hopefully you can slap me down. But like, okay, I'm just imagining if we showed a tutorial that showed here's spice data or news data or something, and here's how you fit all the spectra in each pixel with SunPy, done. Right?
Such things are outrageous. That would never happen.
Right. Well, that's exactly what I'm thinking, right? If we're showing like here's a SunPy map, here's like how to load data in this kind of, I mean, and that is not, that's valid and everything, but I just wonder if the audience is more sophisticated. I wonder, I have no idea, but if the audience is more sophisticated now, it's like, yeah, I can get data in, but like, how do I want you to do my work for me, but like, do we need something to sell that looks closer to doing science?
It is also well feeding into the user product and user mind space as well, in a way. If you're demonstrating the features of your software, it's not the same thing as getting people to come and ask questions on GitHub issues.
Right, but if people see us demonstrate something that's like similar to the detailed analysis they're doing, it's like, oh, right, I've actually got the specific problem, and you've literally just shown that can be done. Then they come to you with that specific question. I don't know. I have no idea. That might be completely.
Yeah, I haven't completely thought.
I think even things like, you know, I mean, there's several aspects to this, right? There's like obviously like promoting SunPy as a product and giving updates, and we're like, we're made this several blocks. Then there's like things like that, which are like, look at these really cool things you can do to hook people in and look at it. And I don't necessarily think it needs to be any more a tutorial, right? It can be a really quick showcase and be like, hey, look at this now, look at the notebook that's on our website. Because people always like to go away with it anyway. Yeah. And then doing a line, like doing it, as you say, with SPD, having that showcase thing, and then the next day you have the office hours, right? Yeah. Because I think there's actually more shiny things you can do with SunPy that it's just, again, it's a matter of like people power to sit down and actually put those cool things.
Yeah, like that 2023 SPD demo. Took a lot of effort.
You know, this isn't stupid, but I just sort of put together like, we're all going to be in a science meeting next week, like all of us.
Yeah.
So like, what, I mean, okay, we didn't do, you know, mostly because the Hidode meeting series has historically been adverse to the idea of having this type of those type of things. But I mean, what are we going to do next week? Like, we haven't put together anything formal, but I think like.
We should probably organize office hours next week.
Yeah, okay. I'll do that right now. I'm going to email Dad and be like, look, during these 2 coffee breaks, can you just tell people at the start of the meeting that we will be upload a picture of whoever's going to be there. Like, these people. Well, I'm going to first.
Have you seen these people?
Yeah.
Like in the last
big arrows, solar physics in Python.
Okay.
Then we add with an arrow.
And you know what,
I could ask a question at the end of your talk and say, Laura, do you have anything interesting to do about Python? Let's say about Python. Okay, can everybody here stand up who's in
I'll just like throw out SunPy stickers. Yeah.
Make it rain.
Yeah. But maybe actually, right, you know, this
I'm only slightly being silly.
No, I think, you know, actually, tactically, one thing we should do, there's so many of us coming to the meeting next week. We obviously don't know the solution to this because we're biased. We should ask people what they would like.
Yep.
And I'd be like, how do we get you involved? I will email Deb right now and ask her.
But that's something that you could do while talking with the people in the coffee. Like, it doesn't need to be only office hours. Like, if you're meeting someone, like, you're sitting someone in the dinner, like, hey, why don't you use SunPy? Or what is keeping you away from SunPy?
I think, I mean, it's,
I think that's your soft parties approach to spreading.
Yeah, no, I'm saying both. I'm saying both.
Whereas this one, yeah, you do have to do this is more aggressive by changing, getting.
Actually, yeah, if you, again, given your position next week in the talk schedule, if we all like had, we've got lots of stickers here, right, and name badges, put them on, and someone explicitly points out that people with SunPy stickers on their name badges are like dying to hear your questions this week. Please approach them if you don't know them. If you do, please approach them. Is that?
But again, I think that's what we've done in the past as well, right?
Can you just
Oh, yeah, that's
slide
what I do,
in,
but
even
like
if you
we-
talk with just all of our pictures on it, we're gonna just talk to these people.
Yeah.
And,
Group photo, let us know.
I would do that, and then
Are we taking in this evening? Yes, after.
I'll put up a list of quotes.
Look how stupid we are.
Yeah. Sorry, are we aware that?
Have you seen these people? They're idiots.
Yeah. Does anybody, Albert, do you have any thoughts on this?
I mean, nothing that hasn't already been discussed. Nothing to add.
Yeah.
Well,
I
actually, maybe two things. I will say that tests when I was the sole person there, really, I mean, that was still very productive. I felt it was much more quote unquote intimate kind of interaction, but it made it for very. I felt there was just also for that because it hopefully meant that some people were not very daunted. It's like it's just a very just like, oh, just walk up, talk to this one guy kind of thing. I think I was there for 2 hours, an hour, something like that. I felt it was productive, even just with one person. So I don't think it necessarily needs a critical mass. I mean, I think it's a different mode of interaction.
Sure.
And I was just saying that we did have a plan, of course, to support SPD in Anchorage, but then no one went. So that plan kind of got torpedoed. But up until a few months ago, the SPD leadership was all for having SunPy office hours and everything. So we were geared up to have a presence there. We didn't have people for it.
Historically, SPD has been very, very friendly
Yeah.
to us being there. Even actually, take back what I said. Even in the years when it's been joint with AAS or TESS. It just depends. It depends on the venue how easy it is. But
Even like some of the joint AAS meetings, like the SPD have like got us a room or a session or like dealt with the money and the logistics of getting us venue space.
It was easy in Minnesota, I think, because Lindsay just said, "Here, take this room. We don't have to pay for it."
But like back, it was in.
Oh,
They got us a.
that was joint with AAS. Maybe.
Still, you're not typing. How can I hear you're typing?
Shockingly, I'm not the only person with a keyboard.
It's just that it's categorically so loud. Anyway, side note, we mentioned a bunch of American conferences. What do we have, like UK and Europe based? Do we have any contacts in any, or do they not exist in Europe?
Like big solar meetings?
Yeah.
Like
Like,
the
Not a thing.
ESPN was last year. It's every 3 years.
What was the meeting in Italy?
That was ESPN, European Solar Physics meeting. I think
We don't do it very much.
Yeah, I think because I mean a lot of people. There's not like one specific because I know there's not one specific European. There's only meetings in Europe, right? I mean, some of the big ones next year, right? There's the Solar Orbiter meeting next year, which is also with IRIS and also with ADITA, right? The Indian mission. There's also going to be a Proba 3 Solar Orbiter ADITA mission meeting in January in India, and it's specifically for doing solar data analysis. So you will all be getting an email from me very soon about this.
We will all go to India.
I'm
What a shame.
Yeah, but
Too sweet.
I think again, it's just a matter of tactically putting. There's not as much of a cohesive, community of solar physicists in Europe. Like the UK solar physics community is probably the biggest, and then everyone else is quite siloed. And I also think people's the mentality here can be a little bit different in some groups. I I guess it's just like they're doing software for, everyone just seems to be able to work and they just want their thing to work, right? And I think maybe this is a matter of just reaching out to people. Yeah.
All right, so action items that we actually coming out of this rather than just complaint session is we're going to do something next week, like informal, like Deb's going to get something, right? Some office hours thing.
I think
Next week,
that truth
right.
is that despite what Will's saying, that this is the same thing we've been doing for years, is that's just what you have to do.
Yeah.
You just have to do these.
The legwork.
You just have to do the talks and you have to do the little office hours and hopefully.
I think that needs to continue to happen as a project-wide level, but I think we need to do something extra on top of that to grow. Like, that's not working to get new contributors, right? That's getting the branding correct, right?
It is, yes.
Yeah.
I will just, I know this is going to sound really cliche at this point. Do bear in mind, like, people, like it's been proved, people are still stressed after COVID. People don't have the same bandwidth for doing their PhD and helping out. Yes, I'm not saying that doing this is going to suddenly start producing results, but I will say that I don't think it's hopeless. I don't think you should expect nothing to come of it if we make a more concerted effort to be at conferences again. Because I think people are coming at the other side of it.
Yeah,
it's just. I think some of it is work. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I know like a big chunk of my life is people are still a bit surviving.
I wonder, in terms of something new, that's probably a terrible idea, but actually something we've been doing in the past, is should we directly reach out to departments that do solar physics?
Yes.
And say, hey, we are SunPy, and we know that you're using us, and we want your PhD students to get involved.
But that, absolutely, we should do something like that, but like, the fact you said us there, right? It's, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Right? It's like
the SunPy, it shouldn't be we are, it's this, you are part of the SunPy community. And we want, to bring you into the fold. Like we want.
But like, what are they going to respond to that?
So I don't know what the pitch is. I don't know what the pitch to them is. Just the direct.
So could be the pitch be like, we want a representative of your department in SunPy.
Yeah. We want you to be an advocate. We want you to be a custodian, whatever. And
it doesn't need to be. So yes, it doesn't need to be project custodian, code custodian. I'm thinking even a more soft role.
Well, no, project custodian is already a soft role. You don't have to have ever committed to any SunPy repo to be a project.
You have to have done something.
You have to have done something, right? Is it code though?
Yeah, but something could be advertising.
Yeah, it could be just someone that is.
Maybe the word is like ambassador or something.
Yeah, I think because project custodian seems like project, but ambassador seems more of or advocate or.
Advocate, yeah.
Project custodian is a specific role. It's a specific thing that exists.
Yeah, sure.
So like,
is that enough for them to understand it?
What I think what actually needs to happen is do that, but I don't know how this would work, right? We can't just do that now because it's not going to come to anything. It's almost like we need to have a meeting, like a community-wide, maybe it'd be like a 3-day summer school vibe or something like that, where we literally get everyone, some group, to make sure that there's kind of represented everywhere and have a hands-on meeting of something like that, right?
Yeah.
And because then from then they can go back and say, okay, now I know what's going on. I can be the ambassador because I went to that meeting.
So that's like what the companies do with the instructor training.
Yes.
You come, you do a training for 2 days, you learn about the history of the carpentry, you learn how to teach, and then you have to do certain things so as to get the certificate of a structure. But that gives you at least when the legal finish, like, oh, okay, now I have a different view and I understand better.
Yeah.
And so we could do something like that.
If you advertise it to PhD students, it's a good thing to put on CVs as well.
Yeah, and you can get some senior PhD, like when I say senior, I mean like, they already know how to. Everybody uses it. Yeah.
I think doing like some sort of like a summer school, and I get like this. I know this takes money.
But
this takes time. Like I'm kind of putting that aside for a second. Like I think we need something that we kind of have complete control over. Right. Like I'm done doing these like PhD summer schools. Like those are a waste of time. Like because for one,
have the same.
Like we're not. That's not. We are not on the same like wavelength. Right. We're not that like we're not trying to like we're not trying to send the same message. Like those clearly have no goal at all. Like but we have a very like specific like message that we want to convey. And I don't think like, I don't know, like I don't want to like not be like refuse to be a part of certain communities or shy away from like, say, if someone says, you know, come do like a SunPy day or sessions. But I think, you know, we do want to like, it's hard to convey a particular message when we're trying to also accommodate just being a part of something larger.
I'd like to point out it's now coffee break. So do we want to like summarize the action items? Or do we need further discussion that doesn't include coffee?
I think we kind of have, I think we have some ideas that, I think, you know, what we've been doing, we should continue to do, right? And I think that to do that, the first step needs to be, and I'll take on this action item to like put together a list of meetings and stuff that's going on, right? To actually get that in, be like, okay, who's going to what, and then we can decide that.
Do we have that list somewhere?
It's so old.
Yeah.
It's like really, it's really.
Probably because this exact same conversation was had.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, we have it again and again.
But you need to
I do
refresh these
think-
efforts.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I wasn't using that criticism.
Yeah.
I think we need to, I think next week we should really talk to people at the meeting to be like, why is this bartender so hard? What would they like to get involved with, blah, blah, blah. I really do think what might work in the short term is to selectively reach out to people we already know in the solar supply kind of community and give them more ownership, right? To be like, hey, you know, blah, blah, blah.
Giving people ownership and empowering them,
Yeah.
I think is like the key.
Yeah. And we can start with our project custodians and then some other people that are there. I guess they're the kind of three main ones we need to kind of start thinking about.
I think
We also need to have a bigger effort in getting, like, for example, the SunKit specs folks, or it's like represented from more affiliated packages.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
I consider
the
myself affiliated
element
package, but like there's so many more now than like just like Sunraster and NDCube and Radio Spectra.
It's kind of sad that the SunKit specs folks don't turn up on Wednesdays.
Yeah, and maybe this is we'll talk about this once on a call, like maybe once a month we need to have an active commute, like it's not just, I don't know, it's more of a
check-in.
So I can't make that.
Yeah.
I would never ask for the meeting to be moved as well, but even in the UK, it's an inconvenient time. I don't come to some of my meetings because I make dinner at that time every night, so I can't.
Yeah.
That was funny.
easy.
And this is that.
I think that's like everyone, there's too many meetings anyway, right? I don't necessarily think that's the,
I don't think I'm changing.
I think just more, we have, and this is on, you know, because I'm also, I think, still that role of the communications person, right? I mean, I've also been busy. We're also busy that we haven't had a coordinated effort to do any of this stuff.
But like, you move country, I've moved country. Like people like,
no, but that's what I mean. But I mean,
have their jobs
I think
insecure
small
and-
things are just being a bit more coordinated and doing silly things like branding more, posting more on things, you know, actively. Even with the SunPy coordination meeting, like it was kind of advertised, but not like fully actively. And it was like, oh, it's going to be hacky, blah, you know, yeah. Okay.
I wonder if like you're saying once a month, I wonder if you made drop-in, drop-outs that messed up.
Well, no, I'm just wondering if we still have 3 roles unfilled.
Oh.
That's what to do.
I wonder if you did a longer window, like more of a drop-in, drop-out, hangout thing, then you could span it over time zones. If you did it like
I still
Monday
don't think-
afternoons in the UK, like 3 to 6 or something like that.
I
Or
don't
once a
think-
month.
Yeah, maybe.
But I don't know if it's like, I don't think it's a good idea, but it's,
like
it's an idea.
the Plasma Pi project, Nick Murphy did that, I think for a while, and I think there was like pretty consistently, I think for like years, and Nick said, you know, it's a slate that just really in very few people.
Yeah, that's what I would expect.
Yeah, which is, I don't know what, like, it seems like a good idea, but I don't know. It's just strange. I think it's just hard to people show.
Office hours works at a conference, but I don't know whether it would work remote.
I got an idea for remote.
Like, the solution can't be, people don't want to engage online, or old people don't want to do it online and stuff. We're tough. We're a remote distributed community. That's the way it works.
I've got an idea for that, which I've seen in other communities working very well, which is in LLS and the Turing way. They have co-working hours. So essentially people just connect. You are silent there. If someone has to say something, they talk. So essentially it's like the chat, but on voice. And I've been in one of them, and it's great.
Well, I guess if
It is really
anyone from SunPy in this room could join the Jitsi during that once a month, or whatever it is thing, and just do that.
Yeah.
I mean, is it just worth running that once?
Yeah,
A couple of times?
Yeah,
I feel like we've talked about this, but I don't think we've ever tried.
I guess it's pretty low stakes. Like we could just try it and see.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can just, if there's no one there, you can just sit and work by yourself.
Do it on
and
Zoom.
Tell all the
That way
filling
you
it
get
back
breakout
to
rooms.
people as well.
Two people can.
You can break out room with Jitsi.
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah, I think again, we just like, we need to do better publicity to even just getting people hooked in.
Yeah.
Because once you get people hooked into the online, they're in, right? It's just a matter of getting them there. And then maybe this is where we actively like, oh, we're having a by drop-in call and we literally ping people like, hey, you should join this group, right? And it needs to start and the ball needs to roll, right?
I think like
Can I say, I suggest coffee? Or
Yes.
like
I think we're
random-
going to
yes,
go
yeah.
Because
okay.
I would really like to have a bit of time talking about meta before the end of the day.
Yeah, okay,
Cool.
good idea. No, like, let's, I mean, I think we've talked about a lot of stuff, and I will try to formulate this together and we can look at it again, and also we can continue to talk about this later on. I'd actually like to hear about the experience a bit more, yeah. Anyway, okay, yes, copy.
Is it worth talking about, I mean, if you're, we have 3 unfilled roles, and obviously Laura's doing double duty. Like, is it worth,
Yeah.
And it's no longer this place.
I don't know, someone else stepping up and
Pull people in.
being
like,
engaged?
Yeah.
something like that.
I think sorry, maybe
How much time
we back
does
at
the steering
4,
committee?
20 minutes.
the
Yeah.
newcomer mentor.
I think I'll be-
Albert,
He's gone for a coffee already. That's an avatar.
do you know, have you noticed that the figure tests of dev depths are failing?
Yeah, I tell
Is
you,
that because of the matplotlib patch?
yes.
Yep.
No, first one,
That's the image being approached for auto line uses the IM show with a transform. So that's the first bug fix I did.
so dev depths should be failing, because I haven't fixed that. The fact that the normal ones are failing is strange, because the diffs on those figures are 0.
It must just be some weirdness with
Yeah.
the,
So
I
that's,
pushed that.
yeah,
But we should update the hashes
Yes,
on
yeah, we
last
should,
May. I'll do that now.
okay, yeah.
Okay, fine, cool. Cool, good. Just checking what wasn't going crazy.
I am going.
Any more crazy than I am already.
So I deleted the SunPy icon in the website repo, and it still works with
Have
the
you done
forward
Control
slash.
Shift R?
Still what?
Have you done
Yeah. I thought it was working because, sorry,
have you forced the refresh just
I
to be
thought-
absolutely sure?
Are you doing it locally or?
no.
No,
With
it
the
doesn't work.
docs.
Where is that file?
Well, so we had this file twice, both in the website repo
Yeah.
and in the thing. The idea is that we don't need it twice, but I can't get this to fucking work on the thing.
But it works on the,
It works on with the forward slash. If I don't add the forward slash on this, it works.
It really annoys me that there doesn't appear to be any Sphinx Python API for where is the static path.
well, where does your browser say this?
I don't think it's, well, that's what I'm trying to find out. I don't think it says, if I go to sources page,
I'm going slow.
Not on this, is it? Like,
it says that, it just says that, yeah. It's not even that. I don't know if I'm packaging up
no,
the,
but it's not here on this page, is it?
no, it's supposed to be here.
Oh, it's supposed to be.
Yeah. This,
Where-
this icon right here is supposed to be,
So if you do select element on that,
yeah, so it's
where
supposed
is
to
it linking to?
so I force
So if you take out the forward slash,
Yeah.
it finds it.
but it has to be forward slash on the website repo.
Oh, right, I get you.
I'm wondering, is it because we're doing some redirects for the website repo? We've been redirecting,
We do run that. We
Where's
do
the
have
website
that
hosted?
plug. There is docs.
Is it on Read?
yeah, we run everything on ReadTheDocs now, because,
It was easier.
yeah.
We do have that redirect option with the removing the indexes on the website.
Could that be screwing up the,
Does it work if you type index.html on the end of the project URL?
seems to. So that's not the problem. Yeah, if I remove the forward slash on the website, it's broken. If I have the forward slash,
Oh, so you've just You've updated the website. With,
Oh, no, sorry, this is a pull
not
request.
oh no, just I was just saying because they don't currently
Yeah.
work. Right. Okay.
Try a different place, I think.
So we're trying to fix that.
Cool.
Because mine is working, it's here.
He opened the pull request in the theme because I think it's a theme bug, because it should be.
Yeah.
But as Stuart was saying, the problem is actually you can't get the root path for Sphinx for the static.
Try. You want to try my chart? No, it's a different chart.
Right, I just opened a PR with the dev figure hash update.
Rather than my adapter.
Yeah,
It's a surprisingly complicated process.
is it?
Well, it took you 3 minutes.
It's the kind of thing where you just load up, obviously I do.
Copies of this control.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, you can only run the figure test on a Linux laptop. If you try the other OS, it doesn't work. So,
Well, you have to run them. Yeah.
yeah. Because we can't guarantee the hashes are the same on all three platforms.
Yeah.
So we don't bother. Yeah, I'm confused by things right now. I'm not sure if it's because we're fucking around with. But then if we do fuck around, then that should be. Yes, the first bug on the theme repo, sorry, on the website is if you see the icon name bubble. That's what Stuart has fixed, right?
Oh yeah.
This side, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what he fixed. He's got a pull request that I'm trying to. What was it? I was working on. Yeah, the docs. So we fixed the Python code that was generating that because it was broken.
It didn't have the correct like or.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, basically we weren't accounting for the fact we weren't falling back to it properly at all. We were. This was blank.
Okay, so it's that L/static.
Yeah. So / needs to be for the website, the read the docs website to build, for it to work on read the docs website version. But the read the docs for the theme report site does not need the / for it to work.
Well, it's weird because presumably there's not actually in the base directory. There's presumably not actually an _static. That's presumably an Nginx. Some reverse proxy is redirecting /_static to _static. And so it's like whatever folder the web server is running in is maybe the difference.
I've got a stupid question too. On the website, click on page sources.
Yeah.
Is this static for everything?
I don't think so. I think it's the only stuff that's been loaded.
Yeah,
it's not a browser. It's
yeah.
the stuff that's been loaded by the website.
It's not everything that's
Depending on how the website's set up, you can sometimes navigate to it, but mostly not, because mostly they're not set up to allow you to just arbitrarily go through the folders.
Yeah. So that will, yeah. So I think for now we're going to give up a full comment as to why there's a / word that.
And know that the theme doesn't work, and it doesn't matter the theme doesn't work because the website uses the theme works. There was
eventually the other.
I had a very similar thing, which was one of the websites I maintain. It pulls Markdown files and it renders them on the website. And one of the things you can do is in the front matters, in like the YAML at the front of it, you can define things, including an attribution. And in the attribution, you can do a logo. is one of the fields. So you can say attribution and SunPy logo, you could put in there, and you could just hot link to it, and it would work fine. But some of the logos, we just put into our own, into the same repo in the static folder, and so you point to them by a relative link. And it turns out that attribution is loaded on 2 different levels of the site. It's loaded at /course and also /course/diagram. But that means the relative URL is different. And I can't use absolute URLs because the path is dynamically generated based on the deployment. Like our path is different from someone else that deploys the same material on a different website. And so there is the ugliest hack, one of the ugliest hacks I've ever written, where I have a JavaScript code that checks the current location, and if you're in /diagram, it adds another // to the front of the relative URL. So it goes back up one more direction, because otherwise it's impossible to get the same URL to work in the 2 locations. And it's just reminding me a bit of that. That was also the PR, the only PR that I got GitHub Copilot to review for a laugh, and it said like maybe use more professional language in your code comments, because it said something like this absolutely busted piece of code is necessary because of this.
I always forget. It's almost like through a magic of clicking a million things, how you get to the built the docs thing. Is it just clicking it? It's just clicking it.
Yeah.
Hits.
Well, no. So what happens is if it's building, it takes you to the console, and if it's built,
it takes you to the special URL. Okay.
Oh, he didn't fix dev depths at all.
Oh, no, he wasn't trying to fix dev depths. He was trying to fix.
Oh, right.
Because it's also fit.
Yeah, it's fair. Everything's running like this. Good to merge once it's placed. Okay. So website will be live in a minute.
Here, actually, considering how busy it is outside.
That's the beauty of double glazing. Double glazing. Well, actually, it's not that.
Are we round the back or?
No, around the front.
Yeah.
I feel like most of the traffic's on the other sides. Though, yeah, you can barely hit the cars, so it's just effective double glazing. Assume it's hit. This one done. This is where the theme isn't allowed to. It's where the top. Let's see. Theme is going beautiful. Thank God, I won't get all of the emails. Yeah, I'm just wondering if, because we still have 3 unfilled roles, and if Laura.
What are the 3 unfilled roles?
Website, release manager, website manager, and lead newcomer mentor or something. Just look about project, scroll down. Beautiful. Refresh. Press this. Patch. See what happens to the actual website. Oh, did it.
Webmaster.
Yeah, well, sorry, yeah, webmaster. Do you want to be the webmaster?
So what does being a webmaster?
I don't know. I guess you look at the. Oh, it's.
I could be the webmaster.
There used to be like text paragraph somewhere about like which.
No, about what the role does. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think we deleted it because like, well, we can't be able to like review it. And when it comes to the webmaster, there's two things that need to be maintained essentially: the theme, the website, and basically just making sure RTD isn't like failing.
Maybe not for.
So this needs to be no change log. Change backward to 7. Going to delete all of those branches in the backward level. Delete. There we are. We'll never release another 6 ever again.
How does the bot, when you just make a new label, does it just know, or do you have to tell it?
I think the bot is designed, if you have a label that says backport and
that's a version,
that's just.
Well, that's handy.
At least I hope so. I don't think I've ever had to change anything for the. Oh yeah, there's the beautiful super expert required label.
I don't think it discourages people though. I think it just that's
so
just
okay. So we had we had a Stuart don't touch this label, but that's different from a.
Only Albert touched this label.
Yeah, only an Albert touched this label.
That's why I wish you could hide. Do you know, on some kind of platforms, you can hide tickets because like security vulnerability. You want to be able to make a ticket without advertising that you've got a security vulnerability.
No.
And I was like, it'd be nice if you could do that. So to hide from anyone other than maintainers, hide these super expert issues, so you don't have people because they're just wasting their time writing their pull requests in order to get into GSOC on this issue they're not going to be able to solve.
We'll see if anyone ever touches the. We'll see if we ever get a GSOC person just glance over the.
Yeah, the super expert level.
And then we'll know if it needs to be a. Please don't touch this. So it says, slow. Figure reports are part. Docs have passed over there. What's this? Oh, to do the release stuff without actually the maintenance stuff after. Only overdue by 1 month. 7.0 is finally done.
Well, I don't think we should have a target date to be honest, but
we'd like to try and keep ourselves honest, even if we never follow them. I remember what was it? Were you around for 2.0? No,
not even close. 4.1 or something like that?
I think it was 2.0.
Maybe 4.1?
We ended up fucking around with 2.1. I think it was 2.1 for like 4 months after it was supposed to come out because we ended up rewriting Fido's class handling for its results.
Oh, yeah.
And we decided like we're going to have a post-mortem and work out like how
we'll never do the release.
Yeah, how never to do a release, and we'll never, delay a release like this ever again. It's like after that we're like, well, we've done it once, who cares?
3.1, 3.0, no, 3.1, 3.1 was my first.
I think it was 2.1. I think my memory serves me correctly.
What was the problem? What was your lessons learned?
We shouldn't have landed that pull request before.
Should have put it in the next version.
Yeah, I should have in the next version. I think that was the main thing. It was a massive rewrite, and to maintain backwards compatibility as well, which was that decision came late into the review process. We originally planned like, okay, it's gonna be a heartbreak.
No deprecation period.
No deprecation period. Like we've written everything. Like the structures are completely different. You had to write. It ended up like to correct backwards compatibility. You had to like write a new class just to enforce that.
Oh, right.
And so that's what Stuart ended up doing, which delayed everything.
I suspect at some point during the writing of that, they should have realized the mistake. This is not worth it.
Yeah, and I think I had to. Yeah, it's just that.
I mean, if NumPy can do it,
yeah,
why can't NumPy can release 2.0 with 0 backwards compatibility for 90% of the stuff there.
Yeah, so maybe well, yeah, I guess. I would say we take backwards compatibility too seriously, but.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Because to my mind, like users don't want to update at all, so it doesn't really matter if it's backwards compatible because
They're on their old version.
They're on their old version anyway. It doesn't matter. They're never gonna. I've never come across a scientist who's like keeping their environments like up to date or refreshed. It's like, okay, I have this environment. I just keep adding packages to it and I never touch it unless I have to. And at that point, it's like, what's the point of keeping API backwards compatibility? They're only updating every like 3 years anyway at that point. It's beyond our backwards compatibility regime. No, it is what it is.
Oh, there we go. SunPy published 3 releases yesterday.
Yep.
I can't. No, it's cool.
It works on the website, on the final website. The icon's there, so that's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
That's all that matters. Blog and DRMS don't have anything. Some people Vista don't have them in. Oh, it's down here. The descriptions are down.
Oh yeah.
It maintains and improves at SunPy. Oh, an A blog. We don't do read the docs at all. Do you want to maintain a Sphinx-based?
I mean, is this rule really necessary?
Probably not. Well, to be fair, the A blog
does say S.
I really did that. Oh, having a word, right? There's a word mount. We're implicit in it. It's already been done.
Yes, sure, it's done that.
Yeah. Oh, we have maintainer. We never updated maintainer to be project custodian. What's that? Okay, I'm very confused. Oh, these are maintainers.
No, yeah, that's different.
No. We don't actually mention project custodian.
No, they're up there. Yeah.
We have here.
We don't see what it does.
Yeah, we don't say.
I have not put any slides together for my State of the Union thing tomorrow.
No, we don't have. Do you know on the website we don't explain what a project custodian is?
They just don't care.
Yeah.
Good.
You mean here, and no one has explained
We should at least link.
I think that's been hanging around on my to-do list for a while. I think it got eaten.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of
Because I was looking at the roles because Alistair was asking me like, what is the webmaster role? And I'm like, I have no clue. I thought there was text that we removed, and no, apparently just done at the bottom of the page.
Well,
yeah.
I don't make it so.
Oh, these are like,
Text.
oh yeah, we sell. Huh?
I don't know what the text is. What
I'll take it out the SCP.
Oh, I see. We have, okay, there's some more text to fix.
You merged my PR already. Nice.
Yeah, so I rolled out the new theme and I fixed the website. So the cards work.
Now I need to merge master into the map branch again. Favorite thing to do.
Well, there shouldn't be. I mean,
Dick.
stop the theme. Let's remove the theme folder. Your Sphinx theme fork does not apparently have all of the tags, or I didn't clone it. I didn't clone all of the tags. SunPy.org.
Just echoed so loud.
SunPy project, SunPy project.
Are you okay?
Oh, there's a weird gremlin space right there. Let's find out the gremlins.
Weird gremlins.
Unicode characters that aren't exactly what you think they are. It's like if you sometimes copy and paste like a Slack message into a code, or highlight the quotes and things. And
Yes.
it's like,
Lovely to create a pull request straight from emails. Makes my life so good.
okay.
Amazing.
Alistair had a good question. Do we actually need a webmaster? What's the point of a webmaster? I don't think there is a point of a webmaster.
Maintain the theme and SunPy.org.
And a blog according to the text.
And also a blog, yeah, lucky
Our
them.
most famous package.
Yeah. Sorry, we can get rid of it.
Can we just give a blog to the Jupyter executive?
I don't think they want it.
Oh,
Considering they're all moving towards the mist anyway.
can we drop it off on their doorstep like a baby at a fire?
Oh, shit for brains.
No, I have like a full work in progress PRs where I refactor it every day.
But do you want those? Like,
Well, my hope was that it would make it easier to maintain.
Well, it's organizationally, it's like off to the side, but it is the main, but it's not under like central IT services or anything like that. It's registered under like the doctoral training center, but like and organizationally, not in like practice.
Yeah.
Practice is like an independent.
So we were IT.
Now we're comedy villa.
Yeah, it's like
Like for modules and stuff.
So we academically used to be under your map before I joined, but now we're under the doctoral training.
Yeah.
That's like part of the hack. So our emails like DTC, like.
We don't run modules.
No, we do. We do run training
like
modules.
marketing modules, yeah.
Not marketing, we do like unassessed.
Unassessed course, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and we do like another thing, we do deliver training to other initiatives as well.
Right.
So like the biggest one being Schmidt fellowships, so Google AI fellowships, we train them.
But those are also
Non assessed, yeah.
So for our assessed modules, we're on the
We missing anyone?
We have the structure for
Nope.
All right, why don't we start up again? Okay, so the rest of today, I want to get a drum out that I've banged before. And we've talked this a couple of times, and despite what people think, there has actually been progress on this, right? So this is all data in SunPy and how to treat that. So we last talked about this, I believe, at least to my knowledge, in the coordination meeting in Dublin. And apparently we've talked about it, got it even before then. But since
It's been going on for a while.
there's been so this nebulous idea has been around for a long time, and I think it's become far less nebulous since we last talked about this in Dublin, because since then ND Meta, which is a metadata object in ND Cube, has been released, and this now supports access-aware, sliceable, dict-like metadata.
Only broken Rebin a little bit.
And it's only broken Rebin a little bit.
Open that issue.
Yes, if it's breaking stuff, it's having an impact, right? Of one sort or another. Yeah. All right. Anyway, point is, right? So now we have an object that we can use for generic metadata, I think what this enables us to do is to come up with a paradigm where we can imagine a future where instrument-specific or data type-specific metadata functionality can replace a lot of that kind of functionality on data classes. So for example, at the moment we have AIA map. We can imagine a world in the future where that becomes a generic map that has an AIA metadata object in its .meta, right? So again, this means that, in that world, you have maps. You don't have various different instrument type maps. Again, based on our discussion yesterday, you could also imagine this being an ND cube plus an instrument-specific metadata object. Not opening the discussion about cube versus map, but specifically meta, enables this kind of world. But so if we want to create this world, I think one of the things that's now that we have a tangible metadata object, I think we need to define or consider a standardized metadata API, which we have kind of done with map to a degree, right? But I want to imagine beyond simply just solar images and think more broadly about the various types of data that we have in SunPy or in solar physics. Have I stopped sharing my screen?
No.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, me, Albert.
Okay. Okay. So that's what I would like to discuss. And there's a framework that exists currently for this already in SunRaster, which I wrote as kind of an example of how this could work more broadly. And so the way that first of all, I'll pause and say, are there any questions or major disagreements on how I've framed this discussion so far?
Can I ask a silly question?
Of course you can.
So you have a sliceable metadata object.
Yes.
And is that, can you give an example of slicing that?
Yeah, so say for example, you have a stack of an image cube, stack of images, right? But the exposure time is varying.
Yeah.
Right? So exposure time is not a coordinate.
Yeah.
It's metadata, and it's aligned, it varies along the time axis, right? So with a simple dictionary or in map, you can put in a list or say, or a quantity of exposure times, but then when you submap or slice that map, that exposure time doesn't get altered, right? You end up with say a length that you've sliced it down to say a length 5, 5 images, but your exposure time metadata hasn't been changed. It's still length 10. So you don't know which exposure time corresponds to which time slice in your cube.
And how did this work in ND cube before this?
It didn't.
So your metadata was just carried around. It wasn't
touched.
I see. Okay.
Right,
Well,
so-
okay.
Yeah, so this is not a change in
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
a
okay.
new thing.
Okay, no, that makes sense. That's what I can. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So it covers cases where you have metadata that varies along one of your axes.
Or more.
Sure. Yeah. Or
N.
one or
It
more.
could
of
be
your
up
axes,
from
yeah.
0 to N. Right? So that's and then you still can have this also still supports non-axis aligned metadata as before. So again, this is only an addition. Having a simple dictionary with no axis awareness, that's totally fine and supported. This is an addition, not a replacement in that sense.
No, I'm just thinking.
Okay. Right.
Can I, so
Please do.
you have does then metadata that's going to be sliced has to have the same dimensions as your cube?
It has to have the same dimensions of the axes of the cube that it's associated with.
It has to be broadcastable to the shape of your cube.
So where
The axis of the that's
yeah, so say if you've got a 3D cube, right?
Yeah.
Space, time. You can have a 1D exposure time, and that has to be the same length as your time axis. But it doesn't have to have dummy axes, or it doesn't have to have this the same broad to it. Yeah.
But it has some relationship between knowing what axis it's related.
Exactly. You give it the metadata and you tell it which axes of your cube with it's associated. And the shape of that has to be the same as the shape of just that subset of axes of your data.
This is functionality that doesn't exist in map and doesn't have to exist in map.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
While you could find this useful for a 2-dimensional image, you could not use this in map.
No,
Because of the other because of the other things that restrict map.
What is it, like dropping dimensions?
But there are.
I guess maybe we'd just be doing it manually.
No, you could.
Have a list of maps.
I guess you could.
No, you could. If you had submap, then you got it like if you've got submap, and you've got some metadata that varies across.
No,
the
I was just going to say
data.
there is no. Well, I guess you could. Okay, I take it back. Never mind.
Yeah, so you could use a submap, but it's a far less obvious a use case than like exposure time across a third time.
You'd have to like construct it manually. There's no way like map would never read it itself. You'd have to like add it in afterwards.
Right, or you have
Because you had some weird extra HDU in the header that
you have
a file that it didn't know.
You have an instrument-specific reader that knows where this.
Yeah,
right.
sorry, carry on.
Okay, all right. So we have this metadata object to think, but what we haven't done. This is kind of generic. And so you can. It's like a dict, right? So you can access all the metadata, via the keywords that it's stored in, from like the fits header or whatever you've derived this dict-like structure from. Right, but of course, as we know, fits header keywords or various other, like CSV metadata, right, is not well standardized in files across solid physics. So what MAP has done, it's come up with well-defined sort of names for certain particular pieces of metadata, and then for each instrument, it has a translation from whatever keywords are stored. That instrument stores that information under. And it sort of implements that to be like reference code. It's the same as a SKY code of that thing, no matter what, like whether it's date obs or date av or whatever, right? So it takes care of that sort of stuff. So we could do exactly the same kind of thing with this metadata object. Okay, so what I'd like to do is to get any feedback or objections on this idea in principle, but maybe do that possibly at the end, and maybe to start with, looking at how I kind of envision this working, and potentially discuss this structure, and then maybe even discuss some specific like names, and maybe draft out what this might be, what the names might be. So just to give an idea of again, we can discuss whether this structure is correct, but I'll just give you this example. So we have this sort of basic metadata ABC. We have a whole hierarchy of ABCs. Abstract base classes. So this metadata, there's meta ABC, the way I've envisioned this is these are sort of pieces of information that are likely to be like applicable to any solar observation, right? So for example, detector, instrument, observatory, processing level, a lot of these are drawn from fits, header keywords, and very heavily I remember going through MAP and taking like the names from like that we use in MAP, right? So meta ABC, this is like the most generic or general sort of version, and then we can build up more specific ABCs. So maybe remote sensing, right? I mean, most of us here deal with remote sensing data, but not everyone in, say, like solar orbiter community does. So you can imagine there are specific, keywords that might be specific to remote sensing instruments. Again, I don't know if this is right, but for example, our sun meters, our sun angular, distance to sun, that's sort of remote sensing. Then you can imagine, I don't know, image meta or celestial meta ABC, where there are various pieces of metadata that are specific to imagers. Same with spectrographs or whatever, and you've got specific things that are specific to that. Stokes. And then this one here is just this slit spectrograph. Again, this was developed as part of SunRaster, so this is why this is actually an example for this. So we've got spectral window, observing mode ID. People using iris and instruments like that will be familiar with that. Observer radial velocity, again, this is important. If your observer is moving, that's going to Doppler shift your lines, so you want to know what that is, so you can distinguish the observer velocity from the velocity of the emitting plasma. So you can have these sort of data type meta ABCs, and then like at the bottom or the top of the hierarchy, depending on which way you're thinking, you can have these instrument-specific ones. And these instrument-specific ones, depending on what kind of instrument they are, they can inherit or like the ABCs of the relevant data types. So AI meta might be, remote sensing and image like ABC, although maybe that's, for example. An iris meta might be from the slit spectrograph meta. DKIST might be a whole collection, remote sensing, image, spectral, Stokes, whatever. Time, I haven't mentioned time here, for example. And so this is the idea that we kind of build up these instrument-specific metadata objects from data types and then from even more fundamental general ideas. And we break these up into into like categories using these ABCs that we inherit from. That's the idea. Maybe there's a better way of doing it. But at that point, I'll just pause and say, do what I'm saying make sense? Do people like what I'm saying? Do people have alternatives? Do people have objections? Is this the way that we can see SunPy going in the future? If not, why not?
I use it, so.
Yes, well,
Yeah.
Nabil supports it.
Well, do you have an example? Since you said you
I
use
would argue-
SunRaster, how is it used?
How's it used?
Yeah,
So
SunRasters.
so like you would do spectral cube is like a subclass of ND cube. So you do like cube dot. Oh,
Oh, wow, that's trackpad.
I move fast.
Yeah, that's too fast.
Yeah,
Oh, this is one of those.
it's a Swiss one. Yeah. What do you want?
Don't. Yeah.
Why do you have a Swiss keyboard? Why do the Swiss have to make it?
Because they speak about 4 languages simultaneously, that's why.
Precision. Yeah.
Not counting English.
Yeah.
This is how it's done right now. Maybe not the best example because this is still a work in progress.
Can we be a little large, please?
Yes, we certainly can.
So this is you've subclass ND meta and you've mixed in or you've
Yes.
slit spectrograph meta.
So that one comes from SunRaster.
And then the key thing is the ABC here defines the API, and then of course this implementation then implements all
the methods on the
right.
So I've used I wanted to make sure that I've used this extensively previously, and
ND meta.
No, this pattern.
Oh, this pattern.
This entire way of doing it,
Okay.
like and an entire code base that was built around these factories.
Mhm.
Taking your central section functionality, ABC out so that you could just import through the kind of, I forget, there's a proper term for it in a software development way. I really like the way of doing it. It makes it quite clear what you need to implement, what you don't need to implement. I don't know, given that, given that we had a conversation yesterday in which Stuart declared that subclassing is not the answer,
yes,
I suppose my only caution is that obviously this entirely is built around subclassing, but by changing on the main class and doing it this way through the factory, you will end up with errors. X is not implemented on this class. What I suppose the only downside would be is if you deprecate a thing and it just doesn't propagate out onto the subclassed metas. But I like this way of working.
Well, it's all right if you do it that way around, isn't it? It's all right if you get rid of something on the base class because then you're still defining it on your subclass.
Yeah.
It's the other way around where someone wants to use slit spectrograph meta ABC, but they don't include that specific observatory rule or whatever because it's not. And then now they have to work around it.
It shouldn't build.
Yeah, but like
I know, but they have to work around.
All you can do is do like pass.
Yeah, they have to add def this as pass, but it's not like a huge issue. But
I don't consider that a major issue, but I do appreciate it.
I think look, technically, I don't see anything wrong with this necessarily. I have some other suggestions, but I'll get to that in a minute. The problem that I have with this approach, more generally with generalizing the map approach, is that it becomes quite a difficult challenge to just define the control vocabulary.
By which you mean the names of these methods
and what they represent.
Right.
We're defining what they represent well.
So funny enough, that was actually what I was hoping we would spend most of our time on today, is discussing that, if we all agreed on everything else, in principle.
The only technical comment I would have is that it would be good to do this in a way where you can opt into setting these things.
No.
You say opt-in.
Like from a, like, you should be able to construct these, you should be able to change these things or set them. Because methods like superpixel or functions that you want that are going to want to modify your cube in some way, it would be advantageous to be able to reset the pixel scale once you've called rebin.
I have no problem philosophically at all with that.
Hang on. What do you mean once you've?
If you
Have a
write
set
an
of
analysis
features.
function
Yeah.
that modifies the cube, you need to be able to update the metadata.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, right. That's fine.
I guess is this just so I understand. If I had, say, my 10 observations at different times, I want to rebin it in time space. So now I've got 5 observations that are superpixels in time space. And then I want to what would the metadata of those 5 be?
Right.
That is,
You have hit, basically, we just remove access awareness. Like, I have no idea how to do this.
yeah, because like you're saying, for example, exposure time. There's some function, there's some operations you can do in the cube that are just going to break the relevance of that. And then if you then maintain that, and there's some ability to slice it with those, then you get back nonsense.
So specifically with rebin in ND cube, which we haven't defined like this vocabulary yet, so we can't actually do that without defining a vocabulary, I don't think.
Yeah.
Is that it just says, oh, if you're rebinning, any access that you're rebinning, I just remove access awareness from all that. The metadata stays, but now it's no longer sliceable because I don't know what to do with it. But if you can imagine, again, in like an instrument-specific
It almost
way.
falls back to the existing one where you get back the list of metadata.
Or like if you have an instrument-specific thing, or we have a defined vocabulary, you could imagine, I mean, I don't know if you want to implement this, but you could imagine it become technically possible at that point to say, well, time, there's a well-defined way of representing exposure time after rebinning. Maybe that's maybe a bad example, but you could imagine there'd be specific cases where rebinning a certain piece of metadata does make sense. But that would be a specific example that could be implemented for a specific instrument or specific piece of metadata,
like,
right?
If you rebin just in space of image, it still has the same observatory.
Right, but the observatory wouldn't be access aware.
I think
what if you had what if you put into your own cube a bunch of images from different wavelengths, say, rather than observatory? Like, say you had wavelength as an axis and you rebinned them in space, they'd still have the same wavelengths.
Yes, and so that the access awareness on the wavelength axis would remain.
But does that mean you have to define these properties, whether they are malleable under transforms or whether they're absolute?
Whether they're access aware or not in this framework, it doesn't matter. Just so long as it's defined, it can be access aware or not.
I think we need a generic way to allow ND meta subclasses to transform themselves under operations on the cube somehow. Maybe.
Say that again.
Actually, do I think that? I don't know.
No, say that again. We need a way for subclasses of ND meta to what?
Go back to the YouTube video and watch it back.
Oh, right.
My concern is that the ND meta rebin implementation is very specific, is like a special case. Do we need to generalize that concept?
Currently, it's just not supported, so we don't have to worry about it. It's access aware and sliceable, not currently rebinnable.
No, but there is still an ND cube meta rebin. It still does something.
Yeah, it drops the access awareness of those.
It still transforms the meta object somehow, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's not actually affecting the metadata itself, it's changing the ND meta object is kind of irrelevant to my point, right? Which is that do we need a way of doing that for other potentially arbitrary methods on the cube?
Possibly. I suppose in principle, any operation that alters the dimensionality or the dimensionality, whether either number of dimensions or length of dimensions.
It doesn't even have to be that.
Rotate as well.
Yeah, there could be a meta thing for related to the data somehow, like statistical properties on the 99th percentile, the 99th percentile stats values on, like, they exist in the AI headers, like various percentiles and stuff. They're
Right. Yeah.
transforms to the data, like multiplying the cube by 10 could potentially affect those.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I feel like we need a dispatch mechanism where the cube can call any time you call any method on ND cube, it also calls a magic method on the meta, which is like the cube just had this done to it. Deal with it.
Right.
Yeah, it's almost like every operation, every method on ND cube has a corresponding method on ND meta. Like when you call ndcube.rebin, you also call ndcube.meta.rebin.
Yeah.
And then it decides what it needs to do.
Maybe more like something like ndmeta.apply.
Yes.
With the name of the method and the arguments that were just called.
Yeah, and then you can decide whether you want to just ignore it.
If I want to write something really crazy in my DK specific meta to transform my metadata based on some cube operation, like if you multiply it by exactly 10, like. I also think Nabil's example of his Iris one, with so many things being get this, get that, get the other.
Mm-hmm.
I think we need some way of defining we need a shorthand for that.
Well, is that not what at property? No, not at property, sorry, what's the at?
Yeah, that's property, yeah.
Yeah, is that property, yeah.
We need some kind of shorthand for this is just a get from the dictionary. And we also need type hints and unit type hints. Basically, what I'm saying is that you want to be able to do something like ND cube magic dict property, summing factor thing dot string, and literally nothing. No, they don't need any code there. It just pulls it out of the metadata and, with a specific key or something. Because like that's very very repetitive.
So something like. Maybe. Oh, wait, there's, hang on, it's on.
And if you had that, it could be bidirectional, right? It could automatically create the setter for that. Where if you set that property, it changes that value in the dictionary.
It's spice, isn't it? All right, so there's some, I just want to clarify if this is what you, no, it's on.
And then you could also extend, no, I guess you don't need to. That's just properties month ago. Good night, everyone. Good night.
Wake up feeling.
I did not follow that at all, by the way.
Something like this.
He's talking in his sleeves, so we know what you're saying.
Kind of.
What do I do there?
Well, you're thinking even like what would you do? Would you do that for a decorator on the property? Like decorator, like short
thinking
name,
like,
but like a decorator short name, and then it knows to go from the meta and returns. Is that how you would do that, or will that be in the? Well, I know we shouldn't talk about implementation. But
I was just about to say, yeah, I think this is a side conversation about implementation.
Yes, this is an implementation specific thing, but I think it's sort of like an important. It goes back to my other.
Well, whether we do self.guess every time or something else, that I would say is beneath the scope of this.
I've posted something that is what I'm talking about, right? Like that would be the entire implementation for field of view, and that would automatically create the setter.
Yeah.
Right. We need a way of making
you're in the decorator. You're not just saying this is a type of thing. You're also linking it to the
and
what meta header
and more specifically, actually, now I think about it, you need to be able to do this.
Can you put that into the HackMD?
Where you can specify the return type and it will automatically cast the return type.
Okay. Can you put that into the HackMD? I suppose I can just copy and paste it. Actually, now I think about it.
No, because I think there should be a copy. There's a copy that will copy
Oh,
of
right.
the code. So there should be a way of the R controlled vocabulary of things. There should be a very easy way of mapping those to like fits keys.
Yeah.
There should also be the function scope for making an arbitrarily complex like change of a thing, right? Like it doesn't have to be backed by a fits dictionary. Like we should be able to just support arbitrary properties and setters that can like rewrite the GWCS that you've got underneath your thing, for instance.
But is that not what your insurance specific class is doing?
No, yeah. What I'm saying is we should make the easy thing easy and allow for the hard thing without over.
Would you want that also to potentially pull from extra chords? Would it just be fixed?
No, I would argue that extra chords should probably stay separate.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I don't see, I see these as important technical considerations, but I don't see any of this as being against in principle
I
what
think it's
I'm
fun to think about though, because
Yeah.
if you see a problem and you think actually the solution to this would be overly complex or overly boilerplatey, or then it's not worth doing. But
I guess what I'm saying, so we can proceed with this. There's no blockers to the discussion, the part of the discussion that we're having.
I think Shane said something in the chat, by the way, but I'm not.
Stuart's got doubts, but
Yeah, could someone help Shane with his like right access to HackMD?
Yeah.
What HackMD are you using?
I'm using
You're
them.
just using the main notes.
Yes.
Well, Shane said he didn't have.
You can access it if I wanted to add something.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I was just going to drop something in, but
You have to be signed to HackMD to be able to edit.
I signed in with my GitHub. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But no, I was just going to say, you were talking about, controlled vocabularies and stuff like that. And I was just going to say that, the Astro folks have spent a lot of time and money on this sort of thing in the IVOA, organization, and particularly like OBSCore and stuff like that, where they've gone into this whole process. So it may not be applicable for us, but, it might be worth us not reinventing the wheel just because it's easier and spending some time looking at someone else's wheel to see if that would, work for the controlled vocabulary part of what you're discussing anyways.
Completely agree.
I really worry that defining an arbitrarily complex controlled vocabulary here is too much.
And maybe, but on that, maybe said it, and I'm sorry, like, can you add random metadata to this?
You can add extra properties in your specific subclasses that are beyond the scope of the ABCs. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Does this make it more? I think the answer is yes, but does this make it more complex for someone to extend?
No.
True. Makes the life easier. All missions cancelled.
The person, if the person's new to building it, you say, okay, cool, these are the things you need to do. You need to build a metadata class. You at least have this framework of stuff that's going to be super familiar to you as a person who understands your instrument, like basic shit, and you're going to start building these out. And then at which point you go, okay, I need to add it. Hopefully, you're building it. You need to add a new one for my specific stuff, but that should be, it goes without saying, this comes with some lovely documentation on how to create your own.
Which I haven't wrten because
that would be
a waste of effort at this time.
You know what I mean though. Like I actually think it makes it. I think it lowers the bar because you'll have, and then as a new user coming in, you'll have a bunch of lovely examples as well. Like this is what the Irish one looks like. This is what the AI one looks like, etc.
But you've already got the examples of what the map sources look like in terms of maps, not in terms of any more complex objects than that. But
right.
I actually think it's. I think having that framework of like, oh, here's a bunch of similar looking stuff. Yeah, they all do specific things and specific stuff makes it lowers the bar for somebody who has to come in and build a new one.
This also makes it more likely that if you have an iris cube and an AIA map, the celestial metadata stuff is going to be the same in both objects, even though currently one's a map and one's a cube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to have a discussion of scope about what things we plan to include in these ABCs, because your examples are very, very broad.
Yes. So this, I would love to have that discussion.
I think your examples are too broad. For example, OBS ID should not be there.
But Ops ID is only on.
You've also put detector on that base one.
Yeah, but that's a standard fits key
Yeah, and it's also on map, right?
as is.
Yeah, but not everything, you know, you're
observatory.
talking more general than map.
Right.
Are you
Yeah.
saying every single thing?
I think every observation will have that.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a FITS standard, then it should be there. Right?
Well,
You know?
one of the ones I brought up at lunch was DEMs. There's no detector on them. There's no observatory on them.
Yeah, but you can make a map, for example, like you
It
can
could
make
be
a
an
map now that holds DEM information with like one slice, and you
I
just
know.
don't fill them in. They're just like,
Yeah, no, this,
Yeah,
it's still, it doesn't work currently.
If we're going to define a complex ABC like this, it should be an anti-pattern to skip one of these things.
Yeah.
yeah, sure.
Because that means that somebody who is coding against the ABC
Yeah,
in
true.
an analysis
Needs to at least
function or something
understand, yeah.
would have to handle it
Yeah.
as being missing. So if we want to standardize things, then basically what I'm saying is not everything here needs to be an abstract method.
But then
Not everything
like,
has to be what?
Not all of these things necessarily need to be abstract methods. We can have things
Right.
that are recommended, and
Yeah.
like this, we recommend you put this if it's applicable, would correspond to this FITS key if you're reading from a FITS file, is like a good recommendation. So we could say detector is a common thing that is on here, and it normally would map to this detector key in the FITS spec if that's what you're. But it's not an abstract method. You don't have to have it.
Okay.
like
fine.
It was kind of, so the defense there of this is a standard FITS thing. Then why aren't you just implementing it in the base class?
It's not like a required FITS thing.
Yeah, well,
Right, lots of FITS headers are standardized but not required.
Sure. Okay. So I'm just to clarify my intent here, my bigger concern is that if this piece of metadata exists, it should have this name.
That's fair. But
That's what I'm pitching
I think-
more than you have to implement. That we can. That's an implement from my perspective today. That's an implementation.
Maybe then everything. I don't know. Is it everything?
However we encourage, whatever. If there's an instrument
Or maybe we just
piece of metadata, it should be called instrument or detector or observatory, whatever. I want to like discuss, because there's a group here. We need a wider group, but we need to start somewhere. I want to find out if everyone agrees with whether they have to be implemented or not. If they exist, they should be under these names.
there's to be a little bit clear here, there's a little bit of a thing where if say I come along and I don't have some of these properties and I want to use your base class, then I have to specifically put in my class something
Don't have
pass.
this. Don't have this.
I don't have this.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And-
Again, this
which is then someone that coming along and looks at the code, it is a bit weird.
See my previous statement. Like,
Do you need to do that if you specify
You do,
that?
yeah.
Yes, you have.
Yeah,
You can't even import it.
It'll error on class definition.
Yeah, it's already been imported. You can't even instantiate a class if it's got an ABC that hasn't been implemented.
so again, see my previous statement. I defer that kind of discussion till later, whether they're required or whatever.
I think this is an interesting high level discussion. I mean, we're talking about it in terms of code, but it's an interesting concept, right? Is this do we want to, at any level of any amount of keys, require certain things to exist on this metadata object? Like, do we always want .instrument to be there?
Not necessarily.
But like, yeah, because if you have simulations, right? So you got a simulation that you unfold through a simulated response curve. Like I mean, it would be really annoying to have to fill in my simulation instrument and my simulation detector.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's weird to have to, if you've got your simulation, to have to deliberately be passing these.
Yeah, so let's get past
But
this
then
idea
some
because
of
it's not
the-
relevant to what I'm trying to get the group to do.
Well, I think kind of is. In that I think that I understand and probably agree with the no camp in the here, but I think the downside of not requiring certain things is that you can't reliably code against them, right? For example, if we wrote a glue plugin that could handle spectrograph data, we could have it do all manner of nice like labeling of plots and titles and interesting information about data sets or whatever, if we could code against this API and reliably know that the stuff was there, right? But if we're saying, well, actually not all of the things have any of this metadata, you there is no promise of being able to code against that, right? You sort of lose any of that
So-
potential advantage.
The other way, sorry, go ahead.
So you may, I'm trying to work out what the conclusion of your question is. Are you saying we should have an extremely strictly, and by strictly I mean like low volume of these properties, which are absolutely, you have to have this thing? I don't know.
I'm kind of asking that question, whether we should or not.
Or is it
I
a
think
matter of
that-
depending on the ABC? For example, in his case, he has an observational ABC, and it's like, well, if it's an observation, it has to have an instrument. But obviously, if it's a simulation, then why would you add the observation?
Maybe so. Yeah, maybe.
I mean, yeah, the other thing
Maybe it's more fine grained
Yes.
base classes.
you could, I mean, the other thing you could get real decadent and have, if you have a sufficiently high level metadata ABC, then you could have an observation and a simulation subclass off them, and you could tree from metadata. But again, that could be like a forest of nightmares. But it could also work.
It doesn't help you with Stuart's problem. You can't rely on any of these, even if you got like specific things for all combinations. You just can't. It means that your methods don't then apply to things with certain combinations of meta base classes because they don't have the ones that you require for. It means you could check. Like you can check, are you in my hierarchy? Is it there? Is it an observation because it doesn't have observation meta? Therefore, instrument is there.
Yeah.
So it helps you, but then it does still mean you then have to manually be checking this. Like you have to, when you write a method, you have to say, okay, what metadata do I need to be there for this method to work? Like to plot, I need there to have this title document, this labeled. I need to have these things present.
So I guess it like from point of view of like making useful functions, or like if you think about like exposure time would be something that you might need to access to do some analysis, and I agree that having that be accessible in a standardized way is great. But if you don't have exposure time because maybe it's a magnetogram and the concept of exposure time doesn't belong there, I think it's deciding what's mandatory versus what's nice to have. And if it's not mandatory, then like Stuart was saying, you can't code against it. So then even if you specify it and stuff, that's great, but it's kind of it's not so useful anymore because you don't have to have it, so you can't write anything to use it.
But then if you have an analysis workflow that depended on exposure time, and you tried to apply that to, in your example, a magnetogram, you shouldn't be doing that if there isn't such a thing as exposure time anyway.
Yes. So how do you make that easy? What's the API look like for that? Is it? Do we provide an API for that? Like, is it what Alyssa was saying, where you do some kind of instance my meta observation ABC, or is it you just do
dot exposure
is dot exposure time none? Right? Do we want the properties to exist even if they're empty?
Yeah.
Or do we not?
It's almost like you almost make your own implementation of abstract method in that second case.
Yeah.
Instead of calling them abstract methods, you have a specific return, like return, this is not present on this meta, and therefore it doesn't break base classes that don't have it, but it means something can check if they have it.
Kind of, like maybe I'm really missing something here. Like, could you not just have them and default to be none? And then it just tricks that.
That makes it very messy for a user, right? Like you can't tab complete stuff that's actually relevant.
Yeah.
Right?
You can, it's just
We can,
hidden
it's
in among a
just
load of other
return-
stuff that's not.
Sure.
If you-
But what I mean is you
Yeah,
can't
but if you're
there's-
mapping your like dot exposure time, then it just returns
Sorry.
oh, good.
I don't know if she was suggesting, so if you were to have like lots of metadata, you'd have, if you do dot tab, and you have 100
Oh,
properties.
sorry. Yeah, okay.
if they're all the difference between
And then
them all
like
being
90, yeah.
populated versus most of them not being.
Is that something that you could do? Like,
You could dynamically.
You could-
Okay,
yeah.
You could download.
Because I think in that way, I would think that like you're used to, if it doesn't matter than what you're doing. If I have a map, I'm like, oh, dot exposure, I'm going to turn on. Oh, okay, well, this doesn't have an exposure time. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess what I'm asking is whether what I'm trying to figure out is whether it's best for it to be there and be known or not be there.
From an implementation point of view, it would not make more sense if it is there, and then you can check against it if you have a function number. Again, maybe that's very naive. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you will always be able to check against it. I personally would rather it be there and have it be none. Yes, I know that in 2 years' time when I'm trying to use this, and I'm like, oh, what methods are on this? And I go tab and I see 100. I'm gonna want to murder. But like, I take the organization of having everything there and knowing that everything's there, even if that's going to return none or zero or whatever.
But having the possibility of missing like pieces of metadata also makes for a more complicated API to program against, right? Because you're always having to be like, oh, is this missing or not? Whereas
if you're trying to like, should a missing exposure time be nanoseconds or not?
Right, like this is the whole point of having an ABC is that it guarantees you certain bits, like certain like an interface, right?
So then-
Otherwise,
then
just throughout the interface, there's no
It
point.
pushes, I've got 2 different map sources, say, and from 2 different developers, and both of them base class ND meta. And the first one, he says, oh, I don't have exposure time in my data because it doesn't make sense, so I'm going to set it to none. And the second one says, oh, I'm going to admit value error or something like that. And then you end up with this in the same situation with this inconsistent behavior, because it's not obvious how we should go about dealing with these absent properties.
I think it's sort of a question of like, what can you come up with sort of logical groupings of pieces of required metadata that make sense?
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, like, and are these it? I guess that's what, and maybe that's the discussion we should be having.
Yes, that's a discussion I'd like to be having. Can we have
I think we are.
I think we are.
In a
Well,
roundabout
like,
way.
listen, the more you talk about this, the longer you're going to have to stay until you finish your homework. Okay, so just saying. You will not be going to the pub until you've done your homework.
I'd almost like your base class there to have nothing.
But then what?
Then one of them.
No, not the obs meta. Oh, sorry, I thought that obs meta one. Sorry, I thought that was the base one.
It was. I just changed.
Oh, you just changed it
because you were like, what if?
Yeah.
You know?
No, because that's fine. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Is it shouldn't be the default to your old one to be subclassing meta ABC. It should be the default to be subclassing obs meta ABC, and if you don't have these properties, there is another one above that that you can subclass.
I don't think you need to. I think you just subclass ND meta if you don't.
Oh yeah, then that too. That's
Like,
fine. As long as that's like okay, it doesn't have to.
To what extent are a lot of these problems solved by just saying, well, don't use this
Yes,
one?
or use ND meta.
Yeah,
if you've got a
That's
weird
right.
combination of metadata, then use ND meta and do it all yourself.
I think then someone could just come along and write their own.
Yeah, exactly.
This
Okay,
framework
okay.
doesn't require you to use ND meta. Just saying this. I maybe I've confused this at the very start, right?
No.
Any metadata object that adheres to this.
To be fair, we probably do want a base class with the help of implementations and.
Or is that not what
other
ND
stuff.
meta is? Is it?
And well, ND meta is specifically the aligned access.
Oh, right, okay.
thing.
No, I was thinking there should be something that is
There probably should be, yeah.
like a one that's like blank except for the
So this is ND meta
helper
ABC.
functions.
It's got axes, right? And this is everything that ND meta requires.
The required rebin.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, ND meta requires.
and then just implements it all. But that's fair enough. Maybe we need an even more like basic base class. Fine, I'm open to that.
Okay.
Yeah, going back to whoever finally got back to the discussion, is this the correct groupings of metadata collections? Like, if something is an observation, are these the things
Observer
that are common?
location should be observer position.
Sorry?
Observer coordinate, not observer location.
Okay, great. Excellent.
What is that on map?
Server coordinate.
Yeah, that's what.
Date is so difficult. Date is so complicated.
Well, I mean, but this is what we on map. This
Yes.
is what we use.
I think reference start and end define actually. I think yeah. We probably have to write more doctoring for reference, but that's fine.
Date average maybe too.
No.
Why not?
I think that's less well defined, isn't it?
Well, first of all, if you want both, you can add both, but whichever one is the base time from which time axis measurements are valued is your date
No,
reference.
that's not right. That walks into a whole different can of worms, which is whether we're touching WCS here at all. Date reference is the date used for coordinates or other things in the metadata.
Fine. It would also be nice if, no, metadata doesn't touch WCS. But if something that uses WCS wants an epoch, where do I get the epoch from? Date reference. That's what I was saying.
Epoch for what?
Like if I've got a time axis,
That's defined in the WCS spec.
that's defined in WCS now. Actually, that's
Well,
what made-
it's defined in the FITS WCS spec, and it will be used by high level.
Yeah. Actually, that didn't used to be the case. When I originally, years ago, came up with that.
Anyway, that I think the property is fine. I think the docstring is wrong.
Fine.
It's too in the weeds, but like instrument detector, I understand instrument detector, is that needed? It's like a need. Is that what we're talking about?
Sorry, what?
Like,
Where?
I think you have detector and instrument.
But they're not necessarily.
They're not necessarily
They're
the same.
separate FITS keys.
And they're not necessarily the same thing.
Yeah.
There,
But, yeah.
I think we've come to the conclusion nothing is required.
Okay, that's good. Okay, sorry.
And that's
What's the
certainly-
point then? What's the point?
Then yes.
The point is,
then
if it exists, it has to be this name. Or like we will code
it should-
everything against these names. If you don't implement it, that's your problem, right?
Yeah.
I think.
I think if it exists, it should use these names. Is as far as we can realistically get.
Okay.
So are we just defining like a more human readable FITS?
Well, yeah, because the FITS say,
And
and keywords are
And
horrible.
if we're controlling it, we might as well make it more human readable.
It's controlled vocabulary and
Yeah.
types and units, right?
Yeah, fine.
The other thing that I sort of my little code snippet alluded to is I think that this is a Python. This should be a Python API. So it's not just about defining a metadata spec. It's about defining what the Python objects for all of these things are, right?
Sure.
So, like, if we go back to Danny's code, we should be adding type hits to all of these, right? Which is reference time should return an AstroPy time object. Start should return an AstroPy time object. End should return an AstroPy time.
Everything should be,
This-
it should be a pedantic class. We should use pedantic.
Yes.
You rang.
Should this
Like end of round one.
Should this be? Okay, I don't want to derail this too much, but should this be an SCP in the same way that like
It already is.
814
It already is.
Okay. Well,
In fact, maybe I should have started with that.
Why am I getting emails?
that's right. Okay, I
Yeah,
already.
Danny, actually go back to your. If you actually want to work through a bunch of names, then go back to your code and let's add types.
To hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, fine, great.
Detector, instrument, observatory are strings as is processing level.
Is that how you do it?
Yes, you should just use pedantic.
We don't need Pydantic. We don't have
Let's just use
any
TypeScript.
the
Is processing level a string or a float?
yes, it's a string.
A string, okay. Fine,
Yeah,
good.
because there's ones that are like 1B.
Yeah, yeah.
and stuff like
Yes,
that.
it's a string.
Yeah.
Should it be a string? Arguably not. Is it a string? Yes.
Right, okay.
Sky chord, they're all times.
See, when you come down to angles and stuff like that, you had in your example, you got arcsec or whatever, but should you not just be like angle, like
Yeah,
something that's
AstroPy units has a concept of physical type. So you dot quantity, you dot angular or something.
okay, yeah. So that's what they should be for.
Version string.
Our sun meters. Should it be
Distance.
okay? Right, that should be u dot quantity square brackets
Yeah.
meters. Right.
Is this should the name that we want though?
No. I mean,
Right.
arguably, I don't think it should have the.
The name.
Sorry, is that how it
It
works?
shouldn't have the unit in the name.
Yeah.
But then you have your.
I'm taking this very much from like map fits worlds
How
now.
do you differentiate it from
Angular.
angular?
Well, why? I mean,
You could do just arson and arson angular.
if you're requiring an observer coordinate, an observer location isn't defining them both. Oh wait, no, okay, never mind. No, I'm thinking the wrong thing.
Okay, you say so.
Actually, wait.
Arson.
Oh, there you go. Although I guess
If you do tab complete,
I know
the dates
date
all together.
start, date,
Yeah.
average date end, reference date.
except that reference date, if you do tab complete,
Yes.
you're completely away from that.
Yeah.
And
Isn't that
it's
okay?
also map.date, right? If you actually want.
Map update something else entirely. Well, it's
Well,
like
it takes them in order, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
has a hierarchy of which ones to take.
But thank you for pointing that out, Albert. That's good to be aware of.
I don't know whether we would do. Would we want to change map?
You'd probably want to have one calls the other.
Yeah, but like, would we want to deprecate one?
Yes. Yes,
Yeah,
we want to go
or
to
more accurately, if we were starting again, what should we call it?
NDQ plus
Yeah, I think,
inter-specific metadata
Yeah,
object.
distance.
I agree with Albert.
Great. All right. Arson Angular, are we happy with that name?
Wait, hold on. Orson dist. Okay, right. Because distance is like, a distance to something.
Yeah,
No.
true.
Arson
Length?
length.
I don't know.
I don't know, what is it?
It's the length of the solar radius.
Should it just be our sun, radius of the sun?
Yeah,
It should just be our sun.
No, it should just be radius. Radius.
Oh,
Or solar
Solar
radius.
radius.
Solar radius. Sorry.
Observed. Observed.
Yeah, Arson.
I think it should be our sun.
No, Arson.
What is it?
Naming things is hard.
You put R and it's sun in the middle, right? In the bottom.
Wait, what are
If we had like.
the options and we vote on it right now? Options are our sun, even though they're options.
Yeah.
R,
Oh no, radius. Okay, what
radius, sun.
No, radius. No.
Oh, well, yes, yes.
I think
Observed radius.
measured it.
Sorry,
Observed
yes,
radius?
I got halfway through doing that. And
Yeah.
Why
It's
does
the
it?
solar radius
Well, but
of your. It's not.
observed radius to me seems like what does the apparent?
Shouldn't it be
rather
like
than the
okay.
actual.
radius _ sun?
yes,
Yeah.
Like why are we using our sun when we're spelling out everything else?
True.
Yeah.
literally a copied and pasted
Yeah.
of this.
No, I'm not
Right.
saying why did you put that. I'm
The
saying
radius
why
of
are
sun
we
as
still?
seen-
Yeah.
U dot meters and U dot arcsec should be U dot physical length and U dot physical dot angle.
Ah,
I knew it was
yes.
something weirder than
Thanks.
I had to
Much better.
go and
Yeah.
figure that out.
This is the radius of the sun in
In
The ob-
like,
in the
the
observation.
physical radius
But
of the sun.
it's
No, in the wavelength, how big does the sun look in meters?
Yeah, but the physical side of the
Yeah,
sun.
the
It's a physical-
side.
It's not in the image, is it?
No, it is
Yeah.
because different wavelengths look at different heights.
Yeah, different wavelength will look at, but it's a physical line.
Yeah,
of
it
the sun at that wavelength.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Okay.
Don't need a camera. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes,
So it's
yes.
not what Orson Raff is usually.
Yes.
Arson meters is. Or what's
Arson-
Arson?
It's
Radius
Arson
sun,
Raff
it's
in-
Orson Raff.
Oh,
And
this is
I-
Arson-
and
okay, this is
like,
Arson
I
Raff.
wonder,
This is not
like, does this
Arson-
get
Arson
confusing that
Oaks.
there is a constant which we know is the radius of the sun, right? It's
No.
value?
No, it's not a constant. It's
No,
just used.
No,
as the-
I know that. I was saying like,
It's in that piece of metadata is actually very important to how the WCS is
Oh, no, I
because
totally get that.
it's an assumption that's baked into that.
Yeah, but Laura's talking about the naming is confusing.
yeah, that's what, so I mean, maybe it's just a matter of changing the text as radius and use length as observed. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's like it's not an
Yes,
actual,
at a
it's not a
certain
constant that we.
It's more about like what that observation has decided to use for that value.
Yeah.
It's not about what wavelength it's at.
It's chosen.
It has been chosen.
Yes.
The reasoning for the choosing
So let's
is
call it
unknown, but it
just
has been
our
chosen.
sun from the observer at using whatever instrument that they want.
Yeah.
That's a proper variable name, right?
Solar radius and
Yeah.
solar radius defined by observation or defined in observation or something like that.
Yeah.
So that is effectively just prescribed by the header.
Somebody read to me what that text was.
That was solar radius to be used in coordinate transformations.
Yeah.
But I think it's
But-
like
It's like
more fundamental than that.
it's like ref data, right?
Yeah, and I
Yes.
think what Albert said is correct. Definitely put that in, but I think also for us to put it that it's
Then isn't it-
observed. value set by the observation.
Yeah, I think by saying observe,
Like
you're
it's
saying
the
it's being
radius,
measured.
like set
like
by
what
the
the-
observation.
Yeah, I think set by the observation is
Set
a
by
good
the
way of saying
observation.
it.
Or set by the.
It doesn't have to be one sentence, right? We could say
Yeah,
literally the solar radius to be used in coordinate transformations, and then you can supplement this. Say this could be, a physical radius. This could be wavelength dependent. This could be something artificial that you just like to use. I mean, it doesn't have to be.
Like match.
It may not be rooted in something physical. It just literally is the value that we need to use to achieve all the transformations.
Should this
Or
be,
what sentence did you say?
I don't know what way to like the reference. I guess maybe go back to like set by the observation or something like that. Or
yeah, I think I like the set by observation because it is
radius is on set or yeah.
For this up.
yeah.
Or
So
the
full radius is set by the observation
Yeah,
to
used
be
by the
used in
observation.
coordinate. Yeah.
Yeah, used by this observation.
And Nabil's raised a valid point that should this, because reference date has reference at the start, should this be reference solar radius or reference radius sun?
Well, actually, no.
No.
Date, the reference does, as in this so far, it doesn't have reference at the front.
Let's go reference at the end. Okay.
Right.
Solar radius reference then. Or I'm happy, to be fair, I'm happy with radius sun, but
Because I feel like if we're talking about like
just for us, maybe
reference values,
maybe
and
just me.
clear.
Like just put in comma force and ref, right, just so that we know what we're talking about. We can think about it better ways actually. Maybe how is that?
No, yeah, that's fine.
Like that?
Yeah.
yeah.
In that case, radius sun angular would have to be consistent.
I guess he just,
Yeah.
well, I mean, to be fair, you could just say radius sun because it's right above there. You could say radius sun in angular units if you wanted to.
Oh, but these are different things.
Not true.
I can't do that. Okay, distance to sun is the next one. How do people feel about this?
Seems fine.
I guess it is because we can have this in situ sensor one as well, but it'll be the same, right? Even if you might need it. Do you want to do
Yeah, I'm going to make a note.
And also, if you have the observer coordinate somewhere else, then do you risk having conflicting information then? Because the observer coordinate defines this as well, doesn't it?
Say that again, Shane?
Yeah.
I said, if you've got observer coordinates somewhere else, don't you? In one of the ones
Yeah.
above, and you have distance to sun. Like, do you not risk having inconsistent information? Because like if you have an observer coordinate, then you can calculate the distance from the sun. Right. It's just
There's nothing stopping the implementation of that property doing that dynamically.
yeah. I just mean that if you leave it up to people to set, okay, yeah. But like someone could implement it wrong and have conflicting information. That's my only just point. Like, do you need it? I guess. Like if you have observer coordinate, you could have the concrete implementation here. Just use observer coordinate. But anyways, that's
Well,
just
you can still have it in the base class, but do exactly what you're saying. Have it calculated from observer coordinate. And if people want to overwrite that, then they can.
Well, maybe you could get it. You can't override it because it's just calculated from the observer. I think for me, like it's handy to have a metadata that you can just do that distance from sun and get that value back.
Yeah, but perhaps we should have perhaps there is a category of these things which we can dynamically compute from the others.
Yeah.
But you could compute. Yeah, I mean, in that sense, you could compute R sun angular as well from the observer coordinate and R sun.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because the exact same argument Shane's made applies there, where that you could have the angle wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, just copy that note into the other one as well.
Yeah. Here's a scenario. If distance to sun is set in the fits header, and if we dynamically calculate that from the observer coordinate, what if the answer that comes back is slightly different to what's in the fits header?
Is the distance from the sun a fit standard?
I think so. I think that's why. I'm not sure.
It looked very well could be. I don't know.
I'm assuming it is because I put it in here years ago. I can't remember.
Isn't that just on the observer?
Well, what is?
There's no DSUN. DSUN is in the fits. In loads of fits. It is. I don't know if it's in the standard, but it's in lots of. It's in fits headers, solar fits headers.
DSUN obs is like a required key for working out the observer location.
Right. So that's what I think I put this in because it's equivalent to DSUN
Yeah.
obs.
So I guess if it's used to actually construct the observer location anyway, that can't be the case, right? Because the observer location has to be calculated or constructed into a
If
slide.
that's true, yes, I suppose. If it's implemented like that, then I suppose that's true.
That's how it's implemented on a map, right? Yeah.
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 Okay.
I guess if you're trying to like define this like API, so you can code against it and stuff like that. Like the question that you just raised, Dan, is like, what do you want to do when you're given metadata that you can also calculate and there's a difference? Like, is that the role of like this, or is that just developers' own responsibility or users' own responsibility? Because I've come across, like, when I was doing the Gong H alpha and Gong magnetogram stuff, that what they thought were the values for these headers were actually not the values of the headers in terms of the meaning and the units and stuff like that. So there's definitely places where what's in the headers will be wrong, essentially, because we don't have like very good standards compliant fits files all the time. I guess it's just something to consider, how you want to handle disagreements between metadata which can be derived from each other.
Yeah.
I wonder if you implement them in here, and then if people want to override the overload operators in their subclass, then they can do so.
So the thing I was going to say first to Shane's question is just to point out that at least if we're inheriting from ND meta, at least, like again, if we are, then it's still dict-like, right? So you can still directly access DSUN obs by just indexing up with a string. So I suppose we don't necessarily need to have a property for every bit of metadata because all the raw metadata is still accessible. So a developer, if in that scenario, could just like, I trust DSUN obs. So instead of using distance to sun, I'm going to go in and it's this, because I know the instrument, I know what's defined as in a specific case, and they can code off of that if they want to. But if we're talking about generic developers of other tools like glue labels or something, then we're going to use this. So anyway, that's I think that would be my response to both those points.
I guess just my thoughts on this. I mean, I think what Shane was also referring to. Maybe I wasn't listening too closely. There are two related but slightly different kind of intents here. There's the metadata translation, like what the observatory actually sticks in the header, and we want to kind of safely present that in a standard way. Versus there's metadata that is verified, I guess, and consistent. Right, so we get issues like with AIA where like some of the locations are wrong, or same thing with goes, right? Some of the locations we don't trust. Like if it comes to like DSUN obs and RSUN ref and RSUN obs, those three could be inconsistent, right? You can have a distance from the sun that's not and processed with a physical radius and length units doesn't give you the same physical distance and angular. I mean, that's something that missions mess up all the time. But there's a difference between the metadata that's the metadata processing that's to at least like some people store their RSUN obs in a different unit than they should be, or something like that. And then so there's the objective of one of these properties is just simply get into the right form. And that's currently in our core map. That's what the properties are trying to do, right? When we do a .date, it's just trying like, how do we get these damn date obs that people are screwing up into an actual AstroPi time, right? But that's a little different than the intent to then to say like, oh, we want to make sure that the distance is always the same as you calculate through other ways and present that all as a unified thing. So I just a little bit rambling, but I just want to point out that there are kind of two purposes here, and sometimes they can be a little bit, I mean, not competing, but they kind of get you to a different point, right? Is the point of a distance to sun as presented here, is the point to simply translate the fits header into something that is stable? Or is it to actually say like, you will not get a wrong answer when you check it against all the other property results and like, do a round trip kind of thing?
So the way I've been thinking about this is that at least with the hats that we have on now, talking about a generalized solar API, is that we should distance to sun, I think, would be better represented as like what dsun obs is, and it doesn't have to be consistent with other stuff. If you believe, I don't know, the version from the observer coordinate, you can always use that instead. And the other thing, when it comes to like being verified, I would also argue that as far as this is concerned, in this discussion, this isn't our problem. This is for the instrument developers, like software developers, to implement this as they see fit. Now, that might still be us in the case of AIA map, but nonetheless, we have a different hat on in that scenario.
I have a question.
Dun, dun, dun. Run for the hills.
What about validation?
You could write a self-consistency validator.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Like as a function, you pass one of these things too.
Yes.
You could write.
Certain types of metadata can have a special validation. Okay, this observer thing, validate that the metadata makes sense based on these properties.
Yeah.
And it goes, actually, we've calculated this. There is an inconsistency here. Good luck.
Well, okay, but let me raise an example. I mean, yes, we could do something like that, but let's take the example of arson obs, the angular distance. You wrote in an earlier docstring that it's used for coordinate transformations. It is not. We don't use arson obs for anything. We sometimes find ourselves in the position of having to back out dsun obs from an arson obs given an assumed arson ref, which is a horrible thing to do, but it's something we sometimes do. But arson obs is not directly used in coordinate transformation.
For draw limb, where does it get that from?
For draw limb.
Yeah, no, it's definitely used because that was what Gong got wrong. Because when I was doing that and they had it wrong, the solar limb was way too big or way too small. So yeah, if it's there, it's definitely used to draw a limb.
It might be used for drawing the limb, but that's different from being used in coordinate transformation.
Yes, 100%,
Coordinate transformation
100%.
cannot use it.
Okay,
Arson
cool with
obs.
that.
So it may be used for some things, and we can argue that maybe we should make sure it doesn't get used. But that's part of my question, right? What is our responsibility? If someone like arson obs is the responsibility to just give a quantity version of what's in the header, modulo some kind of getting things in the right units, or is it to actually present an arson obs that is self-consistent with the radius arson ref plus dsun obs?
I guess what I was trying to say is went back to that minimal API that you must have. What I was trying to say is that if you have an observer location and let's say Orson ref, once you have those two, you can calculate a bunch of other stuff that will always or should always be, if the implementation is correct, self-consistent, right? And so then you're saying you only need these two pieces of information and you get a whole bunch of other stuff out. And I guess I was trying to get back to that point that if you say that you are required to give these two, then you automatically get a whole bunch of other stuff. Might be a nice way to go, but potentially not.
To kind of follow on from that line of thought, if you're saying you want to have methods or something that rely on these being present, and you've got some observation out there that doesn't have one of these, then it's natural to then fill it in for them. Because then you're managing to capture even more stuff under these methods. that you would otherwise be able to do. But I don't know if that observation exists or it's just this hypothetical thing out there where they've not set our sun, but they have, or they've not set sun distance, but they have set observer coordinate. And then we say, oh no, you can't use this method that relies on sun distance. Like, say we've got a method that says light travel time, say, and for how long did it take for this image to reach the camera? And that relies on having distance to sun. It probably doesn't, but if it did rely on distance to sun, and they've not set it, then you can't use this method, but you can if the observer coordinates used. So this ability to kind of construct these is useful.
At what stage do you think you'd do that?
Because I don't know. It's difficult to say. It's difficult to say unless you literally just have something like keep this to what it is currently, which is as a way to fetch stuff from metadata, but also have some kind of thing that if you could have some kind of validate thing that checks them all against each other and says they're inconsistent or not. But you could also have something that constructs missing ones. And you could say, is this present? No, it's not present. Can I construct it from what is present? If so, or rather, sorry, yes, it is present. We do the thing. Can I construct it from what is present? Yes, then we do the thing. Can I not? Then we return error. Say you can't do this because you don't have the required stuff.
I guess though, as a first step, just having them accessible, like what this does, enables you to write some code that would check those things, right? So if they're accessible in a standard form, in standard units at least, then you can write code that will go and check, oh, is this fits header consistent in terms of the observer coordinate and like the light travel time, D sun, or sun, blah, blah, blah. So I think maybe like Albert said, maybe there's kind of two slightly different, angles of the same thing. But I just thought I'd raise, the thought that you could have a smaller API for this specific thing. You only require 3 or 4 bits of information, and then you can derive light travel time, D sun, all this stuff just pops out.
So I think this is like really interesting and useful. I think it's a slightly different conversation, though, in the sense of the way I see that working is you provide sort of like some kind of metadata class that people subclass from with all this implemented, right? All this sort of like calculating other things from stuff that they can be calculated from, and then they overwrite and like they say, right, well, distance to sun is just D sun obs or not, and R sun ref or whatever it is sort of like this part of fit header, and then if they don't overwrite D sun obs, then it gets calculated, right? But that's again like a kind of an implementation discussion.
Yeah, I don't
specific
think
class.
I don't think we should be in the business of validating this here.
Right. Yes. No. Yeah.
I think validation could be something that we implement on top of this framework at a later date. I also think that yes, there are technical solutions for shortcutting things you can calculate from other things, which is could very well be useful. Could be a mixing class. I can think of various technical things that could calculate stuff automatically given a coordinate and whatever else, right? And you could add validation into that such that it can work properly.
I think this is what you just said on the chat. Was it like you?
No, we're chasing it down.
It already works like that.
Well,
in some sense.
I'd say maybe specifically for Gong up to no north and rat, but it's very specific cases.
Oh,
It has nothing to do with this. This is just.
Do you want to go to the next property then?
Okay, so what we can do is then I can open the floor to any of these 3 plus time. Otherwise, I've got these 3 left from Sunraster. If you want to discuss those, or we can open the floor to inventing more.
This is more related to the first one, I guess, the ops bit of it. How does this clash with the SolarNet?
The SolarNet says fit spec.
Yeah, but
so it could be a source for this, but it's not going to clash, right?
It's been 3 years since I've read the SolarNet spec.
SolarNet spec is like solar specific fits metadata on top of the fit standard.
Right.
It's a very useful, very good document, but it's something that
It's at a lower level than
we
this.
could write a concrete implementation of this based
Using-
off nothing but the SolarNet fit spec, right?
Okay.
Whereas if you have a perfectly compliant SolarNet/fit spec file, there's one of these canned and ready to go,
Yeah,
right?
sure.
It complements rather than clashes.
Yeah.
I think
like-
there'd be huge value in having then a very clear documentation of the translation between the two, of like, this is the Python user-friendly API wrapper.
Yeah.
But maybe that's something to like actually use, to open and compare, right? Is that what you-
Sorry, say that again.
Like, do you think we should, sorry,
It sounds like the SolarNet spec is like a level below what we're talking about here.
Agreed.
Which is that's what I was kind of confused by. But it's okay.
I think in terms of the documentation as well, I think my idea about like writing one of these as a map to the fit keys, like with that decorator or whatever, right? If we could make that self-documenting, right?
From SolarNet.
If we wrote a concrete implementation of one of these based on the SolarNet/fit specs, we could then have it be we could have that decorator do fancy documentation stuff to generate like some kind of nice way of presenting what the mapping between the two things.
If your decorator is like meta from header or something like that, just is this meta key is just a direct link to that header value.
Or but also allowing more complicated ones where you're like, for observer coordinate, for instance, right? You want to be able to say this property is using these fit keys, but here's the custom code implementation for how.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like that's also useful if you want to set. That's also very important.
Linked
if you
to a
want
fits key, right? Like this is linked to a fits key rather than necessarily this is a direct getter setter for a fits
Exactly.
key.
Yeah.
Like this, because if you were, I don't know what one it would be. I can't think of an example, but I understand your point. When you say if you got some value,
Well,
get
observer coordinate is like a pathological case of this, right? Where not only is it linked to a fit key, it can be potentially linked, like the map implementation of observer coordinate is potentially linked to about 20 fit keys, right? And it will pick which ones it wants to use and based on an order of priority, but it's technically used to all of them, right? Like AIA implements observer coordinate in like 4 or 5 ways, and map has a priority of which one it will choose to use first because we think that's the most accurate one. But if you were to set the observer coordinate, if you did like my map.meta.observer coordinate equals some new sky coord, you actually want to delete all possibilities of observer coordinate from the underlying metadata specs so that you don't end up in a conflict. So like, you need a way of saying this property could be any of these keys, both for a document, we can use it for documentation to say you can, like, you know, this key can be calculated from any of these keys, or can/is calculated from this set of keys, right? And also you would need that for the setter because you need to delete them from you need to make sure that none of the possible keys used for that thing are.
You almost want an actual selection of them, don't you? You want like direct. This is a direct access one. This is perhaps a complicated combination of keys, or this like is the hierarchical one, like either by various different args into the. It's got a tiny person. I know, like a tiny person on the show.
Oh well, hi Tiny Shane.
Can you make it big?
Can we see Tiny Shane?
Can you make Tiny Shane big Shane?
You can see a tiny baby.
Okay. What
There
did
you
you do?
Stuart, you muppet.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hello, tiny person.
We were just talking about how to get the youth involved, and here we are.
You need to mind in your
Start
head.
off young.
SunPy man in your head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see he's already got the confused and annoyed look going.
What were those? I don't even know what room you posted those in.
It's in the Jitsi chat.
Oh, the Jitsi
I just in the chat. I was just saying, yeah, like I was thinking, for AIA, like for example, like if you want to do DEM stuff, I assume that you need to know like the area of the detector and the filter and stuff like that. I don't know if that goes in here, but they're just some things that I thought of.
So it's like detector area rather than effective area.
Yeah, sure. One of those.
One of those.
No, effective area is a different thing.
It is a different thing.
Yes.
But I'm saying, so we could have both area detector.
Yeah.
Oh, now here's, do you want effective area or area effective? No, we want effective area.
Like geometrical area, maybe, I don't know, your detector area, that's fine, whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
You guys decide, yeah.
Uh,
What's in a name?
Did you click on the thing? Okay.
Where's the lady?
You're paying.
We're trying to see the baby, was what we were doing.
Sure, but I mean, I have. Never mind. I had the button which was everybody follows me checked, so I don't have to use the silly keyboard. There we go.
All right.
I know.
Do people want to suggest any other additions to this API?
Actually, let's see that detector area. Is it?
I'm presuming.
Is it
this
normally
works
detector
here.
or is it not normally pixel?
Is that view.physical?
Potentially, yeah.
I mean, I don't know, but I don't know because some of the stuff comes. I don't know because some of the stuff comes from WCS as well, and it's difficult to not encroach onto that. I guess to, because your scales come from there rather than from here.
I have a whole topic of conversation I have deliberately not been having about how this interacts with the WCS.
Yeah, because I've been thinking about it, but I've been.
No, but I think, I mean,
nothing to do with
WCS doesn't tell you what your physical pixel size is, right? It tells you
Actually, yeah,
the
sorry.
pixel coordinates, but not the actual size in centimeters or millimeters.
sorry,
right? So, but they are related, I guess. Well, obviously they're related. That's a stupid thing to say.
They're not, well, yeah, yes.
by ratio.
Let's have a look at this obscore thing
Oh, yeah,
that
focus
Shane
length.
posted. What's in obscore? Here we go. Where's it gone? Too far. Scroll too greedy, too deep. Come back. Go. All right, what have we got? Data product type, logical data product type, image, etc. Calibration level, which they define as an integer very optimistically. Selection.
So what's this?
This is the IOVA obscore.
Oh, go ahead. Why don't you share it then?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I went to a few of these meetings years and years ago. They just seem to have spent an awful lot of time doing it. It doesn't mean it's very good, but just, yeah, maybe it's worth looking at. They have a nice diagram somewhere.
I don't think the nouns are good, but I think potentially some of these things could be like good things to add.
Yeah.
T max instead of T, instead of ends and start. That's way less understandable.
Yeah, I don't think the names are any good for what we want to achieve, but I do think that as a list of potential things we want to add, a version of this is quite a good idea. Observation ID, some kind of did.
Yeah, I don't know what half these things are either. But they've got a bunch of these different. So the ops core is like the core one. They have one for simulations, one for spectra, one for something else.
Can we add a target name and it just returns sun?
Well, like DKIST has a target thing, which is like sunspot, off limb.
Oh, that's actually a good idea.
Also,
could they put sunspot number in there, or did they do that?
I don't.
Like active region AR.
I think it's more like the type of thing. It's for filtering, right? If you want all DKIST pictures of a sunspot, you can search by target type. And
I was hoping you could search by AR 1107 and get all the pictures of that
I don't
one.
think you can.
Okay, right, just in terms of time, right? It's 5:30 now.
Oh yeah, we
Dinner's
booked
booked for
dinner.
7, right? So like a 20-minute walk, which is grand. But if we want to go back to the hotel or whatever, maybe we should think about wrapping up.
Yes.
Just so that we don't just
I agree.
leave. Yeah.
Can I just?
I agree.
Oh, I'll tell you what. Have you got anything else you want to talk about here before I throw a hand grenade in? We can all think about on the walks to the pub.
No, unless anyone has any other specific names they want to contribute, I will write them down. Other than that, I don't have
I was going to
anything.
say, I feel like the next step for this is to argue about the particular shape of bike shed on the SEP for a while, as in come up with this vocabulary on the SEP and argue about
Right, so this is the SEP, and I will transcribe what we've done today into the SEP and then open it up for criticism.
I would argue that in general, we should not be too, I think we should probably try and not bite off too much for the first versions of this. Like the SEP, I think, should focus on the idea and the goals of the idea, and we should probably not have the SEP be the canonical version of the vocabulary, because we're probably going to want to change it more often than that process is really designed to handle.
Sure, so you're saying that SEP should not list any of the vocabulary, or it should be like explicit, this is like first draft?
Like,
yeah, I think, yeah, maybe like
version.
first draft kind of thing.
Or first version 1 of this.
Yeah.
And open to change in the future.
And then say something like, going forwards, the canonical version of this will be defined in SunPy core, which is where I assume this is going to live.
I think it should, yeah.
Yeah, ND method, although confusingly named. In perspective, it's going to go into SunPy method.
This is orthogonal to ND meta. You could combine an ND meta with this, but you don't have to.
Oh, right. Yeah. You put all these in SunPy, but ND meta lives in ND cube. That makes perfect sense.
Bearing in mind, ND cube will, because of map refactor, will become like a lower level dependency on SunPy, so it's still only going one way.
Okay, the one thing we have judiciously avoided talking about.
You have judiciously avoided
2 and a bit hours. I mean, I really judiciously avoided talking about it, but everybody else has done it, whether they realised it or not. Is map constructs its WCS object from its metadata object. We have not spoken about writing one of these for a WCS in any way.
No, not yet. You're saying this conflicts?
I'm saying that we probably need to. We probably need to write a fits WCS spec for this. And I say fits WCS in terms of how the fits spec defines the transforms, not its serialization format to a fits header. To be clear about that super specific difference, right? The fits WCS spec is 2 things. It's a specification of how the mathematics of the transform works, and it's a serialization standard to a fits header. I'm specifically talking about the first one, because you can use the fits transform spec to build a GWCS.
Right. Say that again, I'll put it in the notes. We need to write a similar spec for
there needs
fits.
to be a spec for a fits-like transform. And I think like one of the logical consequences of that existing is that if I have a GWCS object for my transform, I can do something like set.rotation matrix and have it update my GWCS.
And it makes everything operates against that thing.
So you can do.
It's like a much more concrete, much more standardized version of what we have effectively ended up with in the WCS implementation of the map ND cube refactor.
Right.
Where when you modify if you want to modify the WCS, you don't modify a fits header. You like rotate would set meta.rotation matrix, and that would update the fits WCS, which is exposed as .WCS, right?
How different is this from just the AstroPy WCS? Like,
someone else write that note in the notes.
Right, can I ask a stupid question?
Sorry.
If I call map.wcs, that is something that is returned live based on the header at call time, not when you instantiate the map.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's cached because it's slow, but yeah.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Will?
like how different is this just from an 814 compliant AstroPy WCS?
814 is completely detached from the fits transform spec.
But if
isn't this as well?
fit?
No, I'm arguing that it probably should be.
So you want an 814
because there's no way to. You can't write a general.